Hello, everyone. Um, I am back after, oh my god, last took forever to upload. Oh my god. I started at 12 and oh my goodness. And then upload until like 1. It took a whole hour to just upload because my computer kept running out of storage. Anyways, welcome to the next part of Katawa Shoujo. We are doing Haneko's round. We activated. I think we activated Haneko's round last part. So we are going to continue from where we left off. Even the steadfast Senju seems to lack her usual frank for schoolwork. Michi has bright as as ever. As ever unbuttoned the top buttons of her shirt and is fanning herself with a notebook. I must have been staring as she now sticking her tongue out at me. However, no signs of halting her effort, nor is she trying to hide the fact. The lunchbox seems to catch everyone's by surprise, and the concept tastes as much as a slower place than usual. The heat seems to be draining the need to rush from everyone. Well, almost say everyone. Hi there, Hanako. What can I do for you today? Hanako already has the lunch bag in hand. I don't have it. Oh, wait. I don't have a detective to work out where this is going. Awesome, you don't have to be so stiff about it though. I take it we're going to the tea room. Please. Lily said she'll meet us in there, so should go ahead together. Sounds like a plan. This heat has made me pretty hungry. Hanako breathes a sigh of relief, and I gather my things together. As usual, the odor of the tea room is refreshing feeling as it from the rest of the world. Then again, the usual din of the school seems to be a bit subdued, most likely from laziness promoted by heat exhaustions. Hanako slowly spreads her food on the table, intently focused on every little movement, as if she's trying to keep her mind off the thoughts. It's not it's not much, but I could tell from her demeanor that she has prepared everything with almost care. I guess Lily isn't here. Should we start without her? Damn, I'm just gonna leave Lily out of this. Uh, Whatever. Gives us more lore time with Hanako. I see where this is going. Okay. She'll be here. She'll be here soon. Hanako struggles with the lid of the container of the rice. Hey, let me help with that. I take the katana from Hanako's hand and try to force open the lid. Tries and minor see if the words are shut. Let me guess, did you put this in a while the rice was still hot? Yes, I was in a rush. I put the container on the table between us. I thought so. Looks like the wedge shuts. We'll need some hot water to get open. Damn. So Hisho is weak. Oh my god, bro. Dude, you are ruining your shots. Come on, bro. Come on. Work out. Come on. Goodness. Get muscles. So you can be strong. Gotta press Hanako. Actually, I don't think Hanukkah will care what you look like. She'll love you no matter what. But that could be opinion in here. We get water everywhere. Well, in that case, how about I contribute to today's meal? At the door, Lily smiles while holding up a bag stuffed with fruit. Force, but very, but for, 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 the, 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 Fioris buns and bread rolls. I can't help but do the same. I'm such a slow reader. Since you two had to change your plans because of me, I thought I would bring a little something. Thanks, Lily. Here, let me get that for you. What the little gun is, Lily spreads us as assortment choice Hanako's priceless platter. I hastily make some tea to complete the picture. Well, I'm looking forward to this. As I take a bite, I notice Hanako trying her hardest to not look like she's looking at me. It's nothing special. It's nothing special, but then again, I can't really complain. I'm pretty lazy when it comes to cooking for myself. Excuse me. Not bad, I guess. This is made with the stuff you brought yesterday. Yes. Hanako's eyes shot at me, begging for some kind of feedback. Well, it's clearly worth it. Thanks, Hanako. I wanted to show you this after yes. It's okay, I was just a little surprised at the stuff you're buying. Hanako always likes to experiment when it comes to food. I think it's good most of the time. While at least mild does the wave of the slight change in her tone tells me that things have not gone so well in the past. And it's not like Hanako has many people to say about cooking. Hang on, was with Lily waiting for me to go first? She didn't start eating until after I said it was alright. Her cheeky grin tells me that that this was with a de- deliberate action on her part. I'll have to try and work out how to get one over her in the future to make up for these. Well, it's good, and that's all that counts, right? Right. Lily satisfied and not being the first to sample Hanako's curation begins to consume the food in front of her. I find myself staring and as I watch her chopsticks gently touch the plate, their tips. Okay. Delicately poking and chooses quickly asserting the precision of the food as she d- d- dicks dicks dick dick dacks dicks towards and picks it up. One might think she was a child playing with her food. If not for the situation, though, she does it with such care and thoughtlessness that is always that this is a symbol of how she eats this kind of meal. I wanted to miss out. I'm start filling up myself. Hanako takes a different approach, waiting until Lily and I have our hands clear before quickly snatching up her share. Before long, the containers are empty, save for the still shut rice container. Thank you, Hanako. That was feeling. Thank you for the bread. Yes, it would have been a disaster. Not for that. You're both welcome. But now I must be getting back. It's far too easy to be late after eating here. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think we'll just clean up here and then head off. Well then, good day. Lily leaves her cane typing away down the quiet hallway. Hanako and I quickly pack our things and stay seated to wait for the bell. Together we stare out the window into the endless azure sky. If it weren't for the pealing of the bells, I would have sworn that time had to stop. The urge skill class rises in my gut. I shot a glance at Hanako, who shows no signs of moving either. Just yet. The interval between the warning bells and the end of the lunch bell passes at the blink of an eye. We really should go. People will freak out and start short party if we skip. Hanako sighs. You're right. Slowly she rises to her feet, and I follow suit. Silently we make our way up the old stairs to the floors to the third floor and then to our classrooms. At the door I take a point and open the door head upon go, bowing my head down apologies in advance. I'm sorry we were late, teacher. I'm greeted not by stern words, not by angered instructions to take my seat, but and simply by the silence created by 15 or so students trying not to laugh. Muto ever tardy has yet to arrive. However, the fact that Hanako arrived together is blessed and obvious. Pwah. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Make that 14 students trying at one student failing. Lover's return. Yeah, thanks. You could calm down now. I stepped through the door and realized that Hanako is fairly pressing my back, hiding herself from the class. With my steps coming too closer to my desk, she eventually breaks free from me, stiffly walks to her. Oh, she was hiding behind us. Did we make her feel safe? Ooh, yeah. We make her feel safe. Oh, let's hope. Goodness gracious. With my steps coming closer to my desk, she eventually breaks from me and stiffly walks to her own. Her efforts to mentally block everyone's presence from her mind are refrainingly clear on her face. Quickly checking the door for any signs of the teacher's arrival, I make a trip to Hanako's desk and whisper in her ear, "Don't worry about Misha. She's always like this. I joined myself today. Don't sweat, okay?" But my leg's asleep. Hanako nods her head behind her folded arms. This still doesn't show her face. I yearn to stay and console her more, but Mito picks the exact moment to enter into the classroom halfway through this lecture as if starting it in the hallway. Which of course is directly proper to the charge, but inversely properly to the square of the distance. He's so engrossed in his speech that he doesn't even notice me sneaking back into my seat behind God's desk. While Muto's spoon Ramadan, Misha leans over to me. The teacher may not have noticed your tardiness, but I did. Not much is obvious from the show you just put on. I've been instructed to let you off the hook for today, but only one condition. Oh, what would that be? You have to help us this afternoon. I craned my neck to look over at Misha's shoulders, since she was comfortably not making eye contact with me. Damn! No! Not my death queen! You made her upset. She's still sad with us. No! And whatever, we're doing Hanako's route. I've already told you I'm not joining the council, remember? Of course, doing so could be considered. She looks down on her notebook, obviously looking for her place in the script. Under doors and hences, be against regulations. Very strange of you to be considered the regular just now. Things should be done by the book. It's just that the book hasn't been written for every situation, so there are times when it can't be ignored. And yet you two wonder why no one else wants to be in the student council. After poking her tongue out at me, Misha returns to her workbook and we battle our way through the later half of the school day. Before I can stand up, Misha and Shucha have placed their hands on both of my shoulders. Hey, I said help. Damn. This is my insurance. You show up. Insurance. Show. Hanukkah timidly chose to leave the room by circling around us, and I suddenly realized that this might be my one chance to escape. Oh, hey, Hana. What's up? Stop! You're making my deaf queen upset at me. Oh my god, bro! No! Oh my god. Hey, what makes you think he's got time to chat? Oh, relax. This won't take long. So I'm gonna go. You were saying? Hanako's thumbs down, dancing around each other, and her eyes feel around the room, looking for everyone but us. Sorry, Hanako, but he's showing has to come with us. He's got work to do. Oh, but you can help it too if you like. So how about I he show? Hold on. Okay, let's see. What do I have to choose? Okay. Hey, Chisho, I know I say help, but I forgot I already made plans. Besides, I helped out more than fair share this week. I swear. Please. I swear, if I do all this and don't get Hanako's good ending, I'm gonna scream. Because supposed to 100% this game, that means I have to record this entire run again and make sure I get Hanako's good ending. I promise I'll make it up to you some other time. Future and Misha release their grip on me and have a long, deep, and silent conversation. I'll leave a point there. To be honest, we were only going to spend the rest of the budget on cakes. So if you're not there, it works better. It's more cake for us. She turns about faces and marches out the door, and Misha skips out in front of her. Well, that was a long instant. I thought it was gonna be last week. Those two were like bloodhounds or prison guards. Maybe prison guards bred from bloodhounds. I can't believe I just thought that. I'm not saying it out loud. I think I need to move away from Kenji. Yes, yes, Kenji is a big problem. Oh my god. Whatever. Just got I just got a message from one of my friends saying that I should go to the gym. Damn. I didn't even do anything. And I'm being roasted by my friends. Thanks a lot, coconut water. Never mind. Anyways, should we go to the library? Sure. Article follows me to the still crowded halls to the library using me as a shield. As soon as we are through the door, Hanako bolts for the counter where Yuko is stacking books. Before I could catch up, Hanako whispers something to her. You find that in nonfiction, but I don't know where exactly. If you what, I can look it up. Never mind. Here you go. What's this all about? Oh, Hisho. Monica was just looking for a book on nothing. A book on what? A book. Uh, 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 a book on what? A, a, a book on what? Romance? Hmm. Suspicious. Hmm. I'm on to you on how to go. A book on nothing is nonfiction. Okay. I was just. I tried to glance at Yuko. She looks like she's about to bust from the pressure of keeping Hanako's request a secret. Yuko, what did chess? She's looking for a chess book. Make a mental note to never entrust Yuko and with any proper information. Wait, do chess books even exist? Let me look it up. Chess books. Oh wow, but they have to be non-fiction. Non-fiction. Huh? Would you look at that? There's actually non-fiction books about chess. This one by this person named Bed Maze Rich. Okay, whatever. I'm making mental notes and never. Oh, well, you already read that. I'm sorry, Hanako. It just slipped out. Well, it's honestly going more. Come on, I get it. I should really brush up my skills too. Okay. Yuko disappears behind the counter in shame as. Oh, bruh. We made the librarian depressed. Now that's some. All we did was just ask a question, and she gave an answer, and then Hanako yelled at her, and then she's depressed. that that is certainly questionable. Yuko disappears. Yuko disappears behind the counter in shame as Hanako and I wander into the depths of non-fiction section. I know there is supposed to be a system for categorizing those books, but I don't see how anyone could spur it without spending half of their lives researching it. So that's probably why all librarians I know are in Utrecht. Towards the end of the aisle between a book and card tricks and some books on kids' game stands up a single book bearing the title Chess Tactics of Champions. That book actually exists. Chess Tactics for cha- Champions. Oh my god. Guys, it's actually a real book. No, real. There's actually a book called Chess Tactics for Champions. Oh my god. Is it nonfiction? Wait, is it nonfiction? Wait, hold on. The book, the paper shooting, and lesson, it doesn't say. Oh well. Before I can reach for it, Hanako has the book in her hands, clutching it to her chest. Well, I guess that's yours then. Mind if I borrow it when you finish? Sure. I just have it, but I guess I knew a little bit before, so I thought. Damn. It sounded like I was trying to be Hanako deliberately or anything, but she seems to have taken it to heart. Then again, at least this means she wants to play me again. That's a plus, right? Well, sound like I'm a master or anything. I just played before. It occurs to me that I ever told Hanako about my condition. I falter for a second, deciding to cover my tracks. That is a conversation for another day. Before I came here, are you alright? Yeah, I was just remembering something. When I think about it, I shouldn't be afraid to tell Hanako about my condition and my time in the hospital. And Shoujo, by his scars, she probably spent a fine amount of time in the hospital bed. Bro, I wish you guys could have heard my doctor voice. It was so funny. I made the doctor sound like a 50-year-old smoker, and the dad sound like a rip-off version of Winnie the Pooh. But for some reason, I can't bring it up, at least not for today, not short notice. You get to break up the conversation, grab a random book from the shelf. It's some book on the world's fastest roller coasters. Published in 1982. Well, not very up to date, but it should be at least a century. Well, we both got books now. Should we get sit down? Hanako seems to be accept my bluff, and we had to the reading no nook in the back of the library. Neither of us says a word. Is simply open our books and start reading. I tried to read my book, but it would seem that 1982 roller coasters. Most of the ones listed are made of wood. Something about that doesn't seem safe to me. If I'm going to write on something potential dangerous, I want it to be made out of steel mesh, some kind of space age alloy that has been worth like titanium and ruthenium. I quickly lost interest and my eyes wandered across the reading area to rest on Hanko. Hanko seems absorbed in her book, flickering back and forth through the pages as if confirming what she just read. Wonder if that's actually effective or she's just overlearning herself. She unconsciously brushes her hair from her face, temporarily revealing her scar tissue. I'm still not sure about the protocol here. Is it right to ask her about her scars or her past? How long was she in the hospital? Does she still visit the doctor? These are these all seem like the questions that you ask someone who just transferred to your school's translating it to the local language. But today, no one has directly asked me any of them, well, except Warren. But I don't think I should use her as a guide to proper social behavior. For the time being, I'll just keep my mouth shut. If someone wants you to know something, then they'll tell you. Trying to force the issue might drive Hanako back into herself. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to close the library now. Already? I check my watch, Sheldon. I check my. Did I say? Did I say Sheldon? What? I checked my watch somehow as I was lost in a thought. Do you want to check out those books? I could do it on the way out. But please. I'm done. I'll drop this one book on the way through. It wasn't as interesting at first. Article marks her place with the slip of paper. Stands out. The girl has head to the counter, and I return my book to what I think is the right shelf. Yuko scans Hanako's book with practiced precision, yet still manages to fumble it. Oh, she fumbled. She fumbled. Oh, there we go. Third time likely, since this is a non-fiction book, you can already have it for a week. That's okay. Yuko shuts down the library computer and herds us out the door. I didn't think it was this late already. But you're the one that told us you had to close. Yes, but I know. But that was before I looked at the time. I'll see you later. Okay? Bye. Yuko bolts down the hall, her handbag trailing behind her like an awkward streamer. What? An Awkward streamer. Nice words, Michelle. I mean, like, you ain't wrong though. I guess all librarians really are new trick. Never mind. I was just thinking that I've never met a librarian that can organize their time, no matter how good they are with their blue books. I know, I know what you mean. Hanako smiles at me as it wasn't meant to be a joke, but I must have reminded her of some other librarian or something. I have to get back. Yeah, me too. I didn't realize it was this late. Thanks for letting me hang out with you. No problem. Oh, right. Right, alright. Sorry. I'm going to my dormitory room now anyway, so do you mind if I tag along? Okay. Hanako says self I had me. I need to jog a little to reach your side. Is she running? Bruh, you sure don't tell me. Are you slow? Bruh, he's slow. Dude. Oh my god. It's slow. He's slow. Bruh. We walked through the garden, eventually arriving in front of the dorm buildings. Man, you walk pretty fast. I used to play soccer in club, and you managed to keep up past me. I kind, I kind of regret saying that. It has less to do with their pace than with the fact that my condition has sign, significantly wors- worsened and I finished. Hanako's reaction is on an expected and awkward attempt to downplay her walking speed, but she just blusters while looking at her feet and smiling. Silence hangs in the air between us that happens always around Hanako, but it feels slightly different than usual this time. After a few seconds, I try to break the silence. You go, see you in class tomorrow. Sure. Hanako waves a short goodbye before pushing her way through the dorm's doors, and I stand and look at them for a while before making my way to my own dormitory room. Whew. Bro, Act 1 was so long. I don't know how long this act is gonna be. Chirping birds. Normally, this would be a good time to reflect upon the beauty of nature, but it is 6 a.m. Covering my head with a pillow, I slam my face into the mattress, hoping that the impact will send me instantly back to sleep. Futile. I toss and turn, but sleep simply won't return to me. Alright, nature you want. See, I'm getting up now. The lack of sleep weighs me down, my mind down, and there's only one remedy for this: a nice heavy breakfast. It would be nice to be the first person here, to be the first to dig into piping hot pile of food to sit wherever I desire, before a gory cat comes and just eats all the food. Would have been nice, but never even my spectacularly starts has put me behind the most delicate students. I guess there are quite a few people that have early starts here for one reason or another. I keep looking up her um I keep looking up her route, and it keeps giving me different answers. Like one, like the choice we literally just did. It told me I did the pick. I had enough student council for today, and now it's telling me I had to choose the The what do you think Hanako won? Hold on. Mess up. Wait. Google. Be straight with me. What do I do? Because you keep giving me different answer. Because one, they told me I had to choose the council one, and now they're telling me I had to choose. What do you think, huh? Go. And I'm not long back. Okay. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Jesus. I hope I don't miss out. Alright. Oh my god. I messed up. Yeah, this website says I had to choose that one. Damn it. I messed up. God damn it. Okay, I on Google. It told me specifically that I had to choose the first option. And now it's telling me I had to choose the second option. Oh my god. Can't believe I messed up, bro. Should I look back? No. Forget it. I'm just gonna. I think. I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna low back off camera or something. I don't know. Group of students in sports class huddle one voluntarily discussing game plans. Trying to run the hall. Our number blurry-eyed students probably suffering from the same ailment as with myself. Nosy birds. Why would I want Hanako's bad ending? Why would I want any of their bad endings? And of course, there are the people that actually enjoy getting up this early. The ones with their bags stuffed with textbooks and incomplete homework. But my friend is literally telling me to not be ashamed of my body. And I made a fat joke about myself. It was a joke. Bruh. Dude, I'm recording. Why are you interrupting me? And I'm not editing this either. Frick that. Of course, there are the people that actually enjoy getting up this early, and the ones with their bags stuffed with textbooks and completely homework. How much are we? Goodness! We're only at 39 minutes? Okay. You know what? No, we're not gonna stop. I'm just gonna ask. Okay. I need your guys' help. Should I load back? If you see this, should I load back? Because Google said to get her anything, I had to choose the console. But I looked it up again, and this website and Google both said I had to choose. What do you think, Hanako? So should I look back out? you guys, you just let me know. It's hard not to to despise people like that even more when you're tired yourself. Picking out familiar face different they're kind of here from the near towards the near pale. Lily sits alone, delicately feeling her way around the small plate of eggs with a fork. It's almost ashamed to interrupt her in her clockwork movements. I wonder if this is how blind person assumes how simply moving in predetermined patterns lead over the years, just like. Oh my god! Excuse me, dude. I seriously need to stop eating before I record. I wonder. Good morning, Lily. I didn't expect you to be here this early. And bruh, I'm burping in front of ladies. Bruh, come on. So embarrassing. Oh, you starring me. I didn't know who breakfast is early. I did. I don't. It's an exception to the rule. I greatly prefer to be late at school than lunch. Lily me gives a small. Lily gives a small at at my intelligence as I begin eating my food. It doesn't take long for her to lapse back into her previous mindless nibbling. But after a few repetitions of the food of the find food slash eats food cycle, Lily puts in her fork and dabs. Lily, dab, bro. What is this? 2018, bro. What was this game mean? Okay, but after a few repetitions of the food slash, Michelle, do you mind if I ask you a question? Damn, all I want is a little food and about 4 hours of sleep, and nobody says, "Can I ask you a question?" For a question. Sure. Do you think of Hanako as a friend? Ah, it seems like a leading question. I guess so. Why do you ask? No re-releasing. I do have another question though. Why is it that you think of her as a friend? Bruh. No. No. Bro, Lily, why you asking me this? Why are you asking me this, little Lily? Don't tell me, Lily. Do you have a crush on me? Are you jealous that I'm hanging out with a Hanako and not you? And that you're jealous of Hanako? I won't tell Hanako though. I mean, I can't. She's a fictional character, and I'm a real life person. It's well above my level what they expected from me. I'm not really sure. I guess it's because she's a little different in a way. Everyone's different. No, really? Look at the school. Oh, yeah, sure. Let me just go to the nearest blind person. The person with no arms. The person, the people who are deaf. We got, we got. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Sure. I've known her. She hasn't really contacted with anyone. She doesn't seem interested in other people, and I think people are a little scared off by her appearance. Really? I thought that kind of thing was, well, discourage her, discriminating, and such. If I were to put it in one way, she forced her bow and thought, a move which makes me slightly anxious as to what she's plucking from her mind. I say that you're a little naive. Naive? I'd be insulted. It's not for the slightest cynic grin on her face. I see. Well, Yamako has a strong sense of community compared to other schools. It's far from being free conflict. Rules cannot remove human nature after all, only suppress it. That's something I noticed actually. Just little things, like how some people are going to avoid each other in the hallways. It's no different than my old school, really. Even Lily and Shinju could be considered better rivals, even though they both seem fairly accepting people. Well, at least Misha Tinted Shinju does. Who knows what actually goes on with her fingers and behind her glasses. I guess you're right, but when I first came here, everything was a bit much a shock. I kept on making mistakes, or at least thinking I was making mistakes. Like when we first met and I said I see to you. I didn't know if that was considered rude or anything, so I tried to just put it in the back of my mind, treating people any differently and that kind of thing. So he said, I see to Lily. And Lily's blind. Yo, he's show. Bro. Bruh. Oh my god. So I didn't tell myself that Hanako and you and everyone else was just normal and I tried to ignore the obvious. I talked to Hanako as if she were any other person and so we became friends. At least that's how I think it happened. But I feel guilty just for saying something like that out loud, as if it took extra effort to think of Hanako or you or anyone here as normal people. I don't think that's right. Isho, I think you are naive. Damn! She said it twice. Okay, Lulu. Over there. I was gonna do route next. But you know what? I think I might do her last. Nah, frick that. Emmy's last. Anyways, shall I think your name? But I also think you are a good person is perhaps one of your better traits. I suppose I could take that as a compliment. Tell me, are you free tonight? I see you, Hisha. If you don't count homework, then I'm free as the breeze. In that case, would you care to join myself on Holocaust? Damn it! And thought, I thought this show had game. He did. He has zero game or zero riz, bruh. Come on, bruh. Yeah, I don't really have that much money at the moment, so going out is really. Oh damn! I didn't even mean going out. Just here this evening. You can access the classrooms in the evening here. No, that's not what I meant. Hanako and I often use my room for tea parties together. Please feel free to drop by after dusk. Dusk? What in the world is dusk? You mean dust? As in like the evening? Never in my life have I heard dusk. D-U-C-U S-K. It's dust. Like people say, the dust of dawn. Not dusk. Not dusk of dawn. It's dust of dawn. But you know what? Forget it. I can't even read. Yeah, that's why. Sure. I see no problem with that. What's your room number? 20, 225 room. 25 on the second floor. You could have just said that. Why the heck did you say 225? You could have just said room 25 on the second floor. You didn't have to say 225. Okay, sure. Well, then I had best be off. I have a client risk test to receive attend to after all. Until this evening, he shall. Yeah, catch you later. Hang on, was I just invited to a girls' room after hours? Is that even allowed? Who cares? He shall. You just pulled like two girls at this at wow. Wow, my boy, he shot. Oh, pulling two girls. There is the curfew here, but I've never heard any rules of my visitors in the dorm rooms. Even still, this is enough to get my sleep-deprived brain jump-started. Add to the lukewarm breakfast, and you have one heck of a pick-me-up. I, I grueling to go to to a class, still a little excited about at the prospect of breaking the rules. I feel a little like a kid playing the sneak out of his window at night. Well, maybe that's going a little too far. But when you compare an invitation to a party to a 6 or alright, we're safe. 6 or so hours of lecture, I know which one wins. Nisha and Shinsho do little to relieve my boredom either. For once, they seem determined to actually complete Muto's assignment. Nevertheless, the day eventually winds to a close. You know who we haven't seen in a while? Mrs. No Arms. Mrs. No Arms. Or Rin, but Mrs. No Arms is probably better. I hurry back to my room and wash up and comb my hair. Thankfully, I don't run into Kenji. God, yes, yes, good job. Oh shoot! Make sure the Kenji fans don't see this video. I feel like the Kenji fans, the Kenji fans are gonna come after me. Before long, I leave the boys' dorm. I nervously rap on the door marked 225. Checking my watch once again. I feel like some other girl is gonna see him and like get the wrong idea, and then we're gonna get in trouble. Once again, I never played this game. It's my first time playing this game. But if I'm right, then um, I don't know. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So you showed the door so we could come in. Lee's voice looks through the door and soothes my nerves. This is the first time I've been invited to a girl's room after dark. Okay, let's get to this. But if there's any like adult stuff happening in there, I have to blur it. That's YouTube for you. That's it. That's just how YouTube works. No, I know there is no early motive behind this invention. It doesn't stop my mind running wild to possibilities. One guy, two girls in dorm room with a tea set. When I put it like that, it sounds like a little dodgy, dingy. Oh, giving a small sigh to steady myself, I gingerly put my hand on the handle and opened the door, cranking, crank, cringing my head to see inside. What's this? What we're gonna see? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you, God. Woo! No, so I don't have to blur it. Let's go. The door opens completely, and I catch my first glimpse of Lily's room. Her furniture looks almost antique. But the bare walls and flat surfaces are barely decorated at all, and the center of the room sits on a low table, where I'd see see a small tea set at rest. Um, it seems that everything in this room has has placed, possibly expecting the several piles of books stacked up against the wall. As the subject isn't the only to be stimulated. The faint smell of something can be picked up on the air. Now polished perfume makeup is hard to describe in another way than a guy. My eyes finished their quick sweep of the room before returning their position onto the girls. Oh, zoom in! Oh. Lily sits next to the small table wearing a very dark blue pajamas. Lock it. You got this. With shorts that show off plenty of our ugly pound legs. Oh, stop! Opposite her, Audigo says the door. For sort of light pink gowns. Her hands are firmly fixed between her legs, her shoulders forward, and her head down as if trying to hide herself in it. Oh, 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 oh. Logan! Gosh! You got the shoulder. It will be, it would be easy for her to do. Looks like about 2 says too big, um, too big for her. Waves of flannel flow from her frame, making, making, oh, making her look like a child playing dress up. Playing dress up on her parents' clothes. She looks to go the, from identity. The beginnings of the them the smile creeps across locking smile creeps creep locking this smile creep oh oh across locking across her face before finishing to so fast I can't be sure they even were there. This morning you standing in the door and he shall. Oi, so cute. I take a step into the room, closing the door behind me. I'm afraid this room really is a small room for the three of us. Would you like to take a seat? I slowly walked to the table and sat down, trying my hardest not to disturb anything along the way. Once I can't help but still. Woo! Okay, I'm good. Still quick glance into Lily's top. He shall. You can't say that. Bruh. Are you kidding me? That's the first thing you notice? Oh my god. This guy has zero game. That's the first thing he noticed. God. Oh my god. Bruh, I love this game. To be Riverside would be the most terrible fate. Well, now how about some tea, Hanako? Could you please pour? Sure, sure, would you? Would you like? Would you like? I would love some tea. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine. Thank you. Lily finds it difficult to resist a smile at her companion's nervously something I can't really blame her for. Been an entire day. Yeah. I relax on my place opposite of the cabinet. To my left is the blue clad Lily, and to my right sits the pink Hanako. The tea set on the table looks cute as well as pr- practically painted red the full motif. It looks odd when contrasted with the least plain, but genuinely sophisticated looking furniture, which leads me to think that Hanako might have picked it out. There is a slight ting when Hanako accidentally clips the teapot on her cup as she's pouring. She breathes in sharply. She must be really nervous, as it's not kind of her thing anyone would worry about. Hanako quivers at a mistake. It's okay, Hanako. There's no need to be nervous. Hanako seems to find some confidence in Lily's randomly soft spoken words and deftly pours the next two cups. Your Hanako carefully places a cup and saucer in front of Lily. Myself, I could get used to the service like this. Misha. Stop! You're gonna use her for service? Oh my god, Misha. Dude, bruh. Misha, why? Just why? Thank you, Hanako. Yeah, thanks. Ah, you guys thought I was gonna miss that. Nope. You're welcome. Lily searches for her cup and upon finding it sips delicately. I do the same. This tea tasted somewhat better than the tea we usually have at the school. This is nice. It's so different from any other tea I had before. Looks like you picked the right one, Hanako. You've done well. If it was a bold move. Hanako smiles. Even with her her blunted face, her shy smile couldn't be called anything but cute. I'm glad you like. Hanako finally beginning to relax sips from her cup. Something about this makes me think about Lily's question about at breakfast. Why am I friends with Hanako? Because she trusts you. She trusts you. She opens up to you. She feels safe around you. She even invites you to eat lunch. She she's changing because of you or me. Because I'm playing as Misho. That means Hanako is changing because of me. Don't cry, 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 don't cry. Lily seems genuinely concerned about Hanako's well-being, but it sounded like I could do anything to help her. As far as I could tell, her scars still hold her back physically, and everyone I've met seems to have overcome their disability to some extent. I don't have any ulterior moments to hang out with Hanako. We just share this same interest. Isn't that enough? So he show you doing stuff? Lily's words break me off my reverie. I take a second to reconsider where I am. I'm in a room with two girls in their bedclothes. This is something to be enjoyed. Bruh! Michelle! Chill! Yo, chill! Oh me dog! Bruh! Chill! Chill! Bruh! Yo! Yo, chill, bruh! Yo, homie, dude, I'm dying. Dude, yo, chill. Yeah, it's relaxing, almost like I'm not in the school anymore. Do you do this often? Quite often, but not as often as we take tea in the school building. Consider they do that nearly every day. That's not a big surprise. As I move to take another sip from my teacup, I find it silently empty. That was delicious. Thank you, Honeycomb Lily. You're welcome. Yes, you must welcome Hisho. It's nice to have a third person here. Well, anytime you need someone to fill that position, I'm always able. Always. One must be sure to get one's point across in these circumstances. Lily lets loose, which she unsuccessfully hides with her hand. Pardon me, I think I'm a little tired. I think we're all a little tired. My, how astute we are tonight, Hanako. We really should head to bed. Yeah, we all have class tomorrow. Yeah, I should go. Thank you for your presence, Hisho. Thanks, you come again. Not even the whole alarm can stop you. I'm impressed by your determination, Hisho. Either way, you're right. You best be going. Get going. I stand on my make for the door. Hanako genuinely stands up behind me. I stop and face her. Are you coming with me? Hanako instantly blossoms into full blush. No, not this room, is it? It's okay, I was only joking. Oh, okay, good night. Good night, Hanako. Good night, Hisho. Night, all. With that, our tea party finished. I'm still not sure what it is that Lily wants me to do for Hanako, but I don't want to let her down. And wait until the door has closed behind us, turning to Hanako. Hey, Hanako, you know you don't have to be nervous around me or anything. I mean, we're friends, right? Right, we're friends. If you ever want to hang out or anything, just let me know. We still need to have this chess play match, remember? Bro. You show? How do you not know? It's so obvious. She has a crush on you, dude. Don't fumble this, or I swear to God. Sure, but I don't think you will. It wouldn't be any fun if it was easy. Hanako seems to give a muted laugh, but she could have just easily been exulting. With that, Hanako quickly retreats into her room, located next to Lily's. With that, Hanako quickly. Oh. I start to walk back to my door, but the simply act of walking seems to drain me of my energy. I barely make to my room before I am hit with river exhaustion. I kick off my shoes, fell into bed, and fall asleep by the time my head hits the pillow. He fall asleep. He fell asleep. Okay. I put my door closed, ready for another day of classes. Oh my god. Hello, Kenji. Kenji's sudden room makes me jump, and I nearly avoid butting heads with him. I knew he was poor sight, but he knows who I am now. Does he still have to stand this close? Oh yeah, like a baby. Damn. Why do people say that? Have you ever heard of a baby sleep? They scream all night. Every night, babies don't sleep well ever. Hey, that music's copyrighted. Sleepwalk? That music's copyrighted. Oh, wait. Well, there goes my restful state. I have to remember to never use figure speech with Kenji. Alright, I get your point. It's a figure speech. Yeah, sure, whatever. Where were you last night? I had a favor to ask you, but you weren't around. For a split second, I considered telling Kenji the truth that I was spending time with Hanako and Lily. Like, completely, that split second passes so I see what Titan came in. I was just out checking the local area and stuff, you know what, Con? Good, man, good. I know you were the type of plan ahead. Anyways, what was this favor you wanted? I was going to get some takeout, but I need change. Wait, what? I gave you money last week. You still haven't paid me back! Kenji! Where's my money? Oh, heck no. Where's my money, Kenji? Where's my money? Huh? Where's my money? And I was starting to think you were cool. Kenji fishes around in his pocket and protects his wallet. As he counts out the 400 yen he owes me. How much is 400 yen? How much is 400 yen in US dollars? $2.47 in United States dollars. Man, that's cheap. Like, really cheap. That's how that works. Man, that's crazy. I he's literally at least two 10,000 yen notes. Hey, what the heck? Why are you borrowing money off me when you got that much cash? Kenji hisses a little, realizing he's been had. Get off my case, man. It's bad luck to break a big note. For anything less than half of this belly, it's Takon's rules. Last night's dinner is going to cost me 7 years of bad luck. 7 years. Don't you think that's enough case cost to help someone out? I get a shorter sentence if I just stole the stuff. My common sense screams at me to say something to him, but thankfully I restrain myself. Arguing a point like this with Kenji would just lead to further and more compliment discussions. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe you should plan these things a little better. Yeah, man, I know, but I've just got so much stuff to do. It's hard, and you're never around anymore. So I'm on my own. We're supposed to be brothers of brotherhood, remember? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got it. I got you. Global conspiring and such. I'll keep my ear to the ground. Bro, he said we're brothers? Bro, I don't even consider him my friend. Dude, he's so weird. Oh my god. Back up, please. Kenji draws close enough for me to get a clear whiff of his garlic tinted breath. You're better. You better, man. You are already spending less time here. That's the first thing they do. They'll try. They'll try to split us up. Divide and conquer. Soon, twos said that. Roger that. No, I've got a big. I have to get. I've got to be going. I've got classes coming. Nah, I'm tired. I stay up all night just to make sure nothing was going to happen after splitting the note. As rational as ever, I see. Whatever night. Kenji scurries back into his room, and I hear him throwing his locks as I walk down the hallway. That is why some people can't roll their tongue, or why their second toe is longer than their big toe. What? What type of lesson is this? What in the world did I just walk into? Something about toes. What? Bruh, we're talking about toes. What type of lesson is this? What type of, what, what lesson is it? Mutual beams a half moon smile and is obviously proud of his explanation of receipts. Bruh, what type of lesson is this? Why are we learning about tongues and toes? But like mitosis? However, no matter how impressed he is, yes, it's science. Oh, this is science, bruh. But still, imagine hearing that. Something about someone's tongue and the small toe being bigger than the big toe. Like, I would be so confused at what I just walked into. Why isn't that a bad explanation? Can make even the worst, most interesting things seem worthless. Why is it that a bad explanation can make even the most interesting thing seem worthless? I guess he moved to deflate as he realized that nothing he says in the past hour has sunk in. Whispered conversations start to break the silence, and like an avalanche, the noise level in the class starts to rise. Defeated Muto intensifies some questions from the textbook and starts clearing off the blackboard. Almost as expected, Hanako packs up her things and leaves as soon as people start talking and laughing amongst themselves. The entire shocks. And she could just do that? She could just leave whenever she wants. That is the same. She leaving because she doesn't want people to speak of her, or is it just the thought of people around her shattering her pace? Before I could think about the topic any further, lunch bell rings. I wonder if she was simply taking the opportunity to leave early. The usual clamor of students exchanging books for lunch reverberates around the room, and meanwhile Misha is distracted. I grab my lunch and head out of the door. Lily sits in the tea room setting out her lunch alone. So Hanako's not here then. Oh, Hisho. How are you? I haven't met Hanako since this morning, I'm afraid. That's right, Hanako and Lily live next to each other. Somehow, I think their morning conversations are slightly more grounded than Kenji's rambling. That's strange. She left class early, so I figured that she came here. So she thinks she's still a little in class early. Huh? Yeah, I've seen her too a few times. Lily drops her head a little, and her tone of voice is notably depressed. Lily's depressed too! Bruh. Not Lily too! First the librarian, now Lulu. Oh my god. Everyone is just becoming depressed for some reason. I'm depressed. The librarian's depressed. Hanako is depressed. Now Lulu is depressed. Bruh. I was so sure that she stopped doing that once you two become friends. Everyone has their own pace, I suppose. Well, I was wondering about just that today. Well, exactly does she leave? I'm not entirely sure myself. I personally think it's because she doesn't want to be put in a situation where she has to answer someone. I have a flashback of my first meeting with her when I thought she looked a little cornered in a moment, but it wasn't far from the truth. But she soon started with talking to you and with me a bit. It's a little more complex than that. I imagine that the first thing most people ask about is her scars. And what happened? Wait, what happened? Lily talks about it with me, but I could tell that she doesn't like to remember whatever happened back then. Leaving class and running away from the discussions is a primary strike, if you will. Huh? So then how does that explain her talk to me? You said it yourself yesterday at breakfast. You tried to ignore scars. Once she saw that you weren't going to ask her about that, she opened herself up to you. Hmm, I guess you're right. Maybe I don't know. You know her better than I, so I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure you'll come to know her as well as I do soon enough. I welcome to the prospect of her having a new friend, and the two of you have you have such similar interests. Well, I heard count reading as a team sport. Is it good to have company though? That's my point. Hanako was still an average person at heart. She also wants company. Huh, I see. I think, to be honest, both of you still confuse me a little. That's only natural, he showed. We have only known each other for a little while. It's unreasonable to expect you to understand us just as we could understand you. But that's half of the fun of becoming friends, right? Yes, yes it is. Although I suppose there is the matter of us being opposite genders, men and women do seem to confuse each other quite often. She says that with a light giggle, finding amusement at the awkwardity to life. I hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna go start eating. No, go ahead. I think I'll eat something too. I guess I want to drop back at the library before class, so I better move on. You'll probably find Hanako there as well. If you do see her, can you tell her to stop by my room later? I'd like to talk to her. You're not coming? Unfortunately, I have a class, but we're busy since it's meeting later. So I'll be gone as soon as I finish my lunch. Okay then. If I don't see her in the library, then I'll tell her in class. I'm sure she'll be back after lunch. We fall silent as we start to eat, and I take a sec to reflect on our conversation. I've always thought that Hanuko's shyness was simply due to her being self-conscious of her scars. But that pretty superficial way of looking at her is when I thought I was able to see through the fog of Lily Hancock. I realized that I'm more lost than when I started. Lily quickly finishes the line, acutely aware of her meaning, but I don't blame her. Susan is more likely going to be there, and I doubt she wants to give her the exact expression of another great argument. I must be off same time tomorrow, same time, same channel. I better be ahead off too. I don't want to risk for being late. Lily smiles gently, picks up her cane, and walks out into the hallway. I turn my back on Lily. As we head to the opposite direction, for some reason I find myself hoping she doesn't get into another fight with Suzu. Shizun. As much as I like Lily, Shizun, and Misha are pretty instrumental in helping me adjust, even if half of our conversations are 30 valid recommented attempts. Then again, I barely know any of them. Maybe they were previously leaders of some kind of secret society, but their love for each other drives them apart. Man, I need to stop reading cheap fiction. It's around my brain near that, or I've got to move away from Kenji. Bro, just move away from him. You said it twice. It's sad that I can't tell the two apart anymore. I slide my books down to the return chute, and they crash into the car with a pleasant thud. Yuko, however, doesn't seem as impressed as I. Yisho, you scare me. Sorry, I thought you would use to do that by now. Or is it the literacy level here so low that nobody borrows up any books? What? No. I think everyone here can read fine. Yeah, never mind. Except for new people. What do you mean everyone can read fine? What about mute people? Hmm? Hmm? There are some battles that you can never win. Trying to explain jokes is one of them. My dad taught me that the hard war. Whoa, whoa. What did the dad do? Say, Yuko, have you seen her go about? She left class early, but she wasn't in her usually high spot. I think I saw her sneaking before lunch. Oh, but I'm not surprised to tell anyone that. I just told you that. I saw her leave. No need to stress out. Oh, of course, she's probably in the back. Thanks, got it. Getting any new books seriously? No, sir. I'll let you know when we do, though. Okay. If there's one thing I know about librarians, part-time or otherwise, it's that they appreciate people who take a genuine interest in those in their work. And one, the now familiar path the Hongo's reading nook. I'm picking out a few thoughts along the way. For that reason, I sometimes reread books that I read in the past. Better to bet on the favorite than a new runner. A familiar title from a familiar author peeks out among the spines of its neighbors are moving from the shelf. At least I'm not going over old material. Aha! There she is. Speak of the devil. So my group chat was literally just talking about her. And we found her. We found her, guys. We found her. As Rebecca Hanako sits on her beanbag, buried deep in a copy of Dance, Dance, Dance. That's a that's a that's an interesting book. Wait, does it exist? All right. Book, dance, dance. Dance. Oh my god. Guys, there's actually a book called Dance, Dance, Dance. Dude. Oh, and it's a sequel to A Wild Sheep Chase, following an unnamed narrator's search for his missing girlfriend Kiki, which leads him to a surreal mystery involving a mysterious hotel as sick, a psychic teenager and a dramatic sheep man. I don't know why you guys need to know that, but the more you know. Hi, Hanako. How's it going? If I picked the urge to ask why she left class early, if Lily's suspicions were right, then asking her about that could have the opposite effect. Best to leave it for the time being. Sometimes the best way to get an answer. But my phone's only 50%. That's my charger. Come on. Alright, hold on. Oh gosh, my phone. Okay, I just got plugged in my phone. Damn, the plug unplugged. The plug unplugged. The plug from the plug just unplugged from the plug. The plug, the plug from the plug, unplugged from the plug. And that makes the plug unplug from the plug. The plug, the plug, the plug, the plug. Okay, let's get back into this. Gosh. Something seems off, and after a couple of seconds, I realized what it is. Hanukkah was smiling. That's off? Bruh, she's been smiling at you for the past, like, days. Before the festival, either. And that's off? Bruh, she's been smiling. She's been smiling at you. She looks as if she's pleased to see me. It's a nice change from that usual instinctive, frightened reaction. It's something I hope I can see more of as we get to know each other better. Good to hear. How's that book? I have heard there's a trip. It's good. I think. Just fair enough. Do I need to change Hanako's voice? No, I like whispering. Fair enough. Let me know how it goes. I may borrow it once we're done. Sure. I haven't done a clapping in so long because I only clap when and I see my deaf queen because I'm trying to communicate with her, but I barely see her. Don't worry, we're gonna see her when I do our route next, probably today. If I'm like really determined, then I might do this. I might complete Hanago's route today if I feel like it. Okay, let's go. 15 minutes left of lunch. Nothing, not enough to really get into the book with too much just sitting around doing nothing. And Hanako already returned to her reading, so I doubt I'll get much conversation from her. Oh well, I better make myself comfortable. I slouch onto a beanbag for up my book. The familiar story of Arthur leaps out on me from the very first line as the sentence turns into paragraphs as I relax a little. But no matter how I try, I can't seem to get myself into the atmosphere of the book. Every 10 or so seconds. Anyways, every 10 or so seconds she peers over the top of her book, but when our eyes meet, she quickly ducks by and the cover. I guess she did want to talk about something after all. What's up? Like, you look like a pirate dog on the lookout. It's nothing. I told you before. Nothing means something. Wait, nothing means something. Oh my god. What? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing means something. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Yo. Yo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yo. You might be onto something. Oh my god. Yo. He's just, he's just onto something. Hanako squirms a little in her beanbag, hoping that by changing her position, she'll find the words she's looking for. I was an accident just now. Are you right? Hanako shakes her head, her hair flowing around her shoulders, and wisp of amethyst on a background of pale and dark flesh. When I was younger. Oh, shoot, guys, lore. Okay, wait. Everyone, turn the phone off. I'm gonna turn my phone off. Turn my switch off. Okay, make sure there's no background noises, so I can listen to lore. Okay, let's listen. Let's listen. Crashes to my like a semi, and no jokes either. Just complete me reading it. When I was. It's alright, Hanako. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to. Again, she shakes her head. I want. I have to. When I was young, I was in a fire. Oh, my house burned down. I knew it to make it. After that, I was alone. Hanako's eyes glisten in the dim of the library as I reach out to grasp her hand. It's okay, Hanako. You don't have to keep going. But I have to. Why? What part that? Wait. Did Hisho just tell Hanako to kill herself? Bro, Hisho, stop, please, bruh. She she tells you her story, and the first thing you said is why, as in why you keep going. You basically just tell Hanako to kill herself. Yo, Hisho, Hisho is crazy, bro. That's crazy. She tells you her story. Hold on, I'm telling my group chat about this, bruh. Okay, hold on. No, hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. That. Oh my god. He show. You can't say that stuff. Why? What brought this on? Yes, yes. About your heart. I did. That was fair. Fair? I squeezed Hanako's hand a little too. Don't be silly. But yes, I have heart condition. Alright. You know what? Hold on. Yeah. Remove for being annoying. Anyways, I just kicked someone out of my group chat for being annoying. Anyways, I lean a little closer to Hanako. What? I didn't tell Lily that I had my first attack when a girl confessed to me. I smiled a little to break the tension. Really? I haven't heard from her in a while for a while, so I guess it's all over. I know it's all over. There's no other way to interrupt what happened the last time I saw her. In some ways, not having heard from her again has helped me move on from that period of my life. So now we both know a little more about each other, but you don't have to talk about things if you don't want to. In fact, I feel a little bad, even though the whole incident, I can almost smell the hospital disinfectant burning the back of my shin uses again. I imagine Hanako is going through the same thing now. When I was in the hospital, I went to I went to burn ward once. Only once. I was bored, so I went on the walk for the wards. I went to her. I found her. And I thought I could take it. When I got to the burn ward, I turned around, and went back to my bed. To think Hanako would spend months in a place like that, smelling nothing but corrupted skin, strong defectant, and scaleless air. The really bad cases were kept in isolated pods. No foreign objects could enter. That would have meant no reading. I would have gone insane if I didn't have my books in the hospital. And she said she was alone. Did her parents die? I'll have to ask Lily about it. I can imagine myself saying something dumb unintentionally. Potentially. Thank you, Isho. I haven't told many people about this. To be honest, I haven't told many people about my circuit mustaches either. Then I won't tell anyone either. Deal. I changed my grip on Hanuko's hand into a handshake as the warning bell chimes through the window. Well then, we better head back to class then, eh? Sure. Aww. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? What was going on? What's going on? Act 3! We're in Act 3. Holy crap. We are in Act 3. And how much time are we in? An hour and 44 minutes. Okay. Probably eat dinner soon. And then record the next part after I upload this part. The tint of the room slowly changes from the shine of the afternoon to an orange of dusk. A clock lazily ticks away in the second, counting in the background, on the verge of hearing. But no matter how long I wait, the outcome can't be not changed. The dim note of playing piece makes a small click against the board. Like a worn spring, Hanako makes her move only moments after mine. It's embarrassing in comparison to my 5-minute moves. She seems to know exactly what she wants to do. Whoa! 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 Hanako! What? I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. What? I'm I'm sorry. What? What? Again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? Hanako wants us to what? Oh, bro. Yeah, that caught me off so guard. Again, what does that make this 3-2? Stalemates don't count. Damn, getting married to this every way. My God. Damn, you're getting way that does every day. Bro, I'm sorry. But that's caught me so off guard. I'm totally making a clip of that. That or she's been holding back. I never had have thought it when I first met her. Mhm. But she has not mhm, for this game. Oh wait, they're playing chess. Oh my bad, my bad. Oh, they're playing chess. Oh mate. Oh, I get it. They're playing chess. Hmm. Oh okay. Oh my god. Thank goodness. That or she's been holding back. And I thought when I first met her, she always has an eye for the game. Chess seems to be have become a popular pastime for the two of us, hiding away in the tea room, playing a game or two of classes. From here, the students can just barely be heard milling about. The everyday noises from below remind me a little of life before Yamako. Though I by now well aware that it's a life I'll never get back into it. From here, the student outside just barely be heard. Oh, may I see another game? Oh well, I'll see you tomorrow then. What about this? Hanako points to the tea set surrounding the most unplayed chessboard. Don't worry about it. That I got it. Okay. See you later. Hanako debarks as I start cleaning up the area. Occasional whistles of cheers from the supporting clubs outside become less frequent, eventually approaching silence. Part of me still wants to be in a common team since I played soccer and other sports before my accident. I guess this is only normal to feel nostalgia about what I can't do anymore. But I have another reasons than that to that for my coming here so often, and I don't feel bad about losing that next part, that part of myself because of them. Lily's a good friend by now, and but it's this small exchange I have with Hanako that feel especially dear. The small victorious I feel every day as I see more of what she's like under self or post shelf. That's why I came here. I come here most of all. So I'm putting away cups and sore sorcerers. And you're talking outside, pausing for a moment to listen. I can make out that it's Hanako and Lily and decide to go outside and investigate. Are you quite sure? Shh. Shh. Hanako turns to see me with a look of mild surprise. As she Hanako turns to see me. Lily must have caught her just as she was about to leave. Oh my, he show is here as well. Afternoon, Lily. What's up? I was hoping now that I finished with my class representative duties for that for the day that I might. I was hoping now that I finished my class representative duties for the day, and I might have two of you accompany me for tea at the Shanchai. It would be nice to enjoy yourselves outside the school for a change. I'd be up for it. I think Hanukkah had work had work to do though. It's not that much. Wonderful. Say that we're decided then. I cast my eyes across the cafe as the three of us step in. As usual, there are only a handful of people around at most, and the noise level is quiet background hum. Oh, that's so cute, dude. That's cute. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I'm taking a picture. I'm taking a picture. Oh yeah, that's cute. That's cute, bro. That's cute. The whole, the whole Lily has Hanako. Lily, Hanako arm remains just as it has been for an entire day. Walk down the hill to a local town, though it's hard to say for which reason, for Lily's guidance or for Hanako's reassurance. For a moment, Lily moves her arms from Hanako to retract her cane as Yuko quickly skitters over to where we stand. But soon places it right back where I had been. Welcome to Xing Chai. May I take your order? She gives a deep bow, her well delivered and professional introduction, putting her in a good mood. It's nice change from the norm for Yuko. Just tea, please, Hanako. Isha? I'll have a slice of pie and coffee. Just tea, please. Coming right up. Please take it easy as you wish. I'll be back shortly. Yuko gives a small and nod before shoveling to the counter, and we make our way to some empty seats by the window in quick measures. Whoa! We're really close. Like, really close. We slip into our seats on one side with the Lily's cane popped up beside them, and I on the other. I released at Hanako, not doing something that she so often does. Rather than keeping her eye pinned to the ground and hiding behind her blind escort, busily trying to convince her that the world around them doesn't exist, she merely keeping her eyes low and helping a Lily around. Are you okay, Lulu? Lulu's tired. She lowers her head a little, looking somewhat embarrassed that she let it show. Class representative work can be very tiring considering that it often means dealing with the student council. Very tiring indeed. How did the other room services go? Better than I, but not much. Shinji was a harsh taskmaster, no matter whom she deals with. It doesn't sound like you particularly released the job. Why do you do it in the first place? Is it if it's that bad? Being a class representative is enjoyable, and I could deal with the responsibility well enough. It's just the people involved are sometimes. She tries cutting her words or at rather opportune spot. It's hard to imagine Lily cursing. Lily curses? I never heard her curse. Like, once in my life. Like, this entire gameplay, I've never heard Lily cuss. She doesn't cuss. Does she? Does Lily cuss? Um, I don't think she does. She tries cutting her words at a rather opportune spot. It's hard to imagine Lily cursing, but I imagine that if anyone can make her do so, it would be Shinju. Hanako looks to be withering a pin in the light of such conflict, but before I can steer the topic away a little, she stands up. Hanako, I'll be back in a bit. With that, she leaves for the restroom. I suppose that's one way to deal with the situation if that was indeed for motivation. Lily, however, looks a little wounded. Don't worry about her. I don't think it was you. But I think she's been getting stronger recently. You've seen it yourself, right? That went a bet a wire. Fortunately, Lily doesn't look offended, and by now, I really shouldn't be quite so scared of stepping on that lime meal around her. Possibly, sometimes I find it hard to tell though. Silence regions for a moment before two teacups and a pie and a mug and a steaming coffee appeared in front of us. I thought we were gonna say something stupid, and then Hanako just yell at us. If I get that right, I'm crazy. I noticed that young Yoko takes special care to place the teacup against the tip of Lily's finger, letting her know where it is. Here you go. Thanks, Yuko. Thank you. With a quick and silent bow, the beast picked that. So waitress takes her leave. Ah, that's right. I was being to ask you something, and now would be the right time to do so. I'm all ears. Hanuko's birthday is coming up. Oh shoot! Happy birthday, Hanako. And I was hoping that you might accompany me for presents shopping in the city this weekend. Hanuko's birthday soon? I suppose it would be a nice chance to cheer her up a bit, like Yuko. She always seems to be teetering on the edge of either panic or depression, and I've never seen her enjoy herself much outside of her chess games. Although aside learning the layout of the city better with a friend keeping me company sounds like a good way to spend a weekend. Sure, I'd be happy to. Have we got any plans for what to do for her birthday? A party or anything? Hanako being Hanako, perhaps a low-key off affair would be. Lily suddenly cuts herself short, leaving me to wonder why as she brings her teacup to Elizabeth begins to sip. After a few seconds I notice Hanako walking up to us over her shoulder. Lily's hearing must be very good indeed if it was the sound of the restroom door opening that tipped her off. Hanako takes her seat once again and wastes no time in drinking her tea. Soon the three of us quietly eating and drinking the sunset. It's a nice way to spend the remainder of the day's light, and it makes me appreciate the quiet and scenery surrounding of Yomako. And I think I'm really beginning to like life here as isolated as it might be. I finished off the last of my coffee and rested the mug on the table while the girls talked between themselves. The coffee here is a little bitter from my tastes, but still quite good, better than what I can make myself in any case. The girls' discussion is mainly focused on their respective reading preferences, which does give me a little curiosity about a release topic. Hey Hanako, I was just wondering, aside from chess and reading, do you have any hobbies or anything you do like doing? She completely stops in her tracks, looking quite surprised that anyone would be interested in asking such a question about her. It takes her a little time to form a response. Um, I like, I guess I like singing a little. I'm okay with the computers, but I use them not all that much. Singing's not exactly something expected to hear. It's hard to imagine her singing her voice, given how soft-spoken she is. Lily, on the other hand, simply nods. She must already know all this. She's been friends with Hanako for 1 year, so by now. What about what about you? Me? She hesitates before quickly flickering her head up and down. It's only logical that she want me to talk about my hobbies after she told me hers. There's chess, obviously, but also Russo as well. Though I can't really do that anymore. Reading, which I picked in hospital. This is surprisingly hard. Lily and Hanako look a little put off by the direction this is taking, and the more I think about it, the more I am too. It sounds as if you picked up quite a few things since your accident. Lily's corridor is coded with probably the most positive spin once one could put on what I said. Hanako, however, is silent. If a situation becomes difficult and her reaction also seems to be withdrawing into silence in order to prevent things getting worse, that or physically retreating. A soft ringing gives us a pause. As Lily reaches into her pocket, it becomes obvious that this is sounds coming from her phone. Sorry, it's okay. Lily gives a quick nod before shoveling out of her seat and taking the call a little distance away to avoid disturbing the both of us. Must be nice to be popular. Hanako smiles, but doesn't take up the hook for further discussions. What was going on? Whoa, whoa, why are we closing eyes? I know I'm just sitting back, I close my eyes, relaxing as best I can. It's nice and peaceful here. What would it be like to have a grown up somewhere like this rather than the sea? You go for the sea. Looks like I found something she wants to talk about. Yeah, you could say I was a city kid through and through. It sounds like a change. It did. I'm still not quite sure what to make of it at all. That was a bit of a culture shock. Me in more ways than one. You must have gone through something like this when you first arrived at Yomako, right? I imagine most new students were. Not really. Hanako gazes a little to the side, looking unwilling to go on. I tilt my head inquisitively, but a couple of seconds pass with no further answers. But can we do with this then on Monday? The fallout has hardly settled from the last. I understand. I'll try to take it down. You know what she's like when she gets locked out into idea. Yes, thank you. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Lily conversations ends with the sound of her phone closing. She returns to our table but doesn't take her seat. Need to go? Unfortunately, class representative work calls once again. I can get both of it. It's alright, Hanako. I'll just be going straight to the student council. There's no need to spoil a fine evening on my account. Besides, if you were to accompany me on my way back, this school would keep a poor Hisho company. Okay. I could join you for tea again later tonight, if you like. I might well need it. Break right down on that plan. Lily says farewell still, but the both of us taking her cane after Hanako passes it to her. Despite my offer to pay Lily's share, she insists on giving us her portion of the bill, and gives her regards to Yuko as she takes her leave. And then we're alone. It may be well and good to leave Hanako and me alone to have some time together, but all it typically means is the two of us sitting near each other in silence for a while. I wonder what I must like to Hanako. Look like to Hanako. I never thought of myself as a scary person, but to have someone my own age acting this way around me makes me actively self-aware, as if it's my fault that she's so troubled. She might get more used to people if she's aware to stop being so cloistered in Yamako. But then again, when people feel much older than her reacted strongly after a single glance at her face, she may well feel the same way I do now. It's a real catch 22. If she stays in Yamako, she won't get used to socializing, but if she leaves any efforts she might try would get thrown back at. But the people who can't deal with her are scary. Want to order something else to keep us going? We haven't had dinner after all. Uncle brightens and nods vigorously, glad that I brought up the topic for her. I catch Yako's glaze as she dutifully comes to take our order. Would you like something else? I'll just have a sandwich special and a hot chocolate. The late coffee for right now, Hanako. I'll have to say. With a nod about Yuko turns on the ball of her foot. What? Yuko has a ball on her foot? I don't have a ball on my foot. No fair. She has a ball on her foot and returns behind the counter where she bushes herself, fishing out bread and condiments and working the machine to make our drinks. Not a word is said between us until Yoko comes back. She smiles and gives us our food and drinks before moving to our to a customer who is called for her attention. I gave up the prospect of having much of a conversation with my company and decided to just enjoy the meal, small as it might be. It tastes nice, as do most of the food here. After having a few mouthfuls, I noticed something missing, namely the scent of Hanako eating. Looking back to her, I see Hanako fidgeting a little behind her untouched sandwich. Not hungry? She shakes her head from side to side. Even as she does, the patch of hair she keeps over the right side of her face still does its job in hiding it almost entirely. It's not that. Ah, I was already, I was already have your have your share too. Trouble is something wrong. I'm sorry, I'm startled by her thinking that I'm the one who looks troubled. But on second thought, she's probably right. My face has been giving away my emotions without me noticing, and she's hardly a dim person, quite the opposite. We're friends, right? Friends. Ah, Isha, bruh, she loves you, dude. Come on, so obvious. That was a clean giveaway. You just folded in. Oh my god, he's folding, bruh. Oh my gosh, Isha. From the tone of her voice and shrinking posture, it looks like it's I've hit yet another landmine. It's another reason why interacting with her is difficult. The self-imposed psychological barriers if she puts up between herself and another, including me, and most likely even Lily, is ashamed that I, I think that we are. I'm only taken off guard by Haneko's straightforward answer. On the more socialist, I was about to give up on getting any reply at all. I see. Am I wrong? Sorry. No, it's just hearing confirmation of that from you is reassuring. To pick up on what you said earlier, says coming to Yuko, I've been a bit uneasy about how I should relate with others. I found myself chuckling, surprised how much of a relief that was. I could feel my face smiling as I picked up a cup of chocolate packet to my lips. I was just out. That's why. That's why I was waiting for my drinks to cool down first. I guess I'll wait then. The both of us share a little chuckle. The situation isn't really that funny, but for some reason it feels like laughing is the most natural thing to do right now. I guess we were both a bit wound up about each other. I was supposedly thinking Hanukkah was the one with something wrong. It took her to remind me that I was uneasy as well. But 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 be that as me, as my, as a May, it still feels a little nice to have someone thinking about me like that in her way. Following a long, quiet trudge up the hill and into the school grounds, the two of us found ourselves between the dormitories. Regular night patrol passes between the male and the female dormitory buildings, both for forced security and to quickly raise the alarm for any medical issues that may arise. The guard currently on duty notices and gives us a small cost as it continues his way. Allowing Yon escapes from Hanako's mouth before she has a chance to cover it. I have a little doubt she's fairly tired now by now. I better be off in my room. See you tomorrow, Hanako. Good night. We separate and begin to walk our separate ways. Before I stop, I look back. Hanako stands there waving to me as she smiles. I smile back to her, and after a few seconds, she turns and walks up to the stairs to her dormitory building. Is buried through the door. These little moments we share between us feel like a small treasure. One thing is sure, I want to protect that small, delicate smile. Sh- smile she so frequently wears around so few people. I wonder about these feelings and I have when Hanako's around. When I'm able to do things for her, whether they may be the seed for something beyond what we shared now. Godly, bruh. This is Act 3. Only like, what, like Act 4 to go? Gosh. And sometimes sun is something the very reserved, but when combined with the clean country air, it's all better. The track and field club members are horsing around on the field ahead. Some are playing with a soccer ball, others are talking in the field houses who will then fight with each other. I can see Emmy, none of them pay me any heed. as I sit alone on the grass underneath the shade of a perfectly large tree. It's a nice, peaceful day to schoolwork. I play soccer pretty often before my heart attack, so I had thought it would be really nice object to watch them. When I'm what I'm feeling now, though it's quite distant from that emotion. I hear footsteps. Who's this? I hear footsteps approaching from behind me. I turn to my side to see one of my classmates taking a seat beside me. I'm taken off guard as the two of us haven't talked much before, and I did think anyone would notice me here. So, um, hi, Mickey? Hi, Mickey. Hi, Mira. Wasn't it? Just call me Mickey. So our names are too stiffen. Likewise, then. We both look out to the field where the guys are playing. It looks like they've getting ready to have a second game with people spreading out to the Pacific and the ball being carried to the center of the field. Sure enough, the whistle is blown to begin the match, and they get right back into it. Not going to play? Nah, just gonna rest for a bit. What about you? You kind of look like you wanted to play when you were watching us before. Before? I've never seen you in a day in my life, lady. Someone didn't notice me after all. It's kind of a long story. The phrase is that I begged her attention, interest. I mean, you know my club because of a heart condition. I can't really play soccer anymore. Wanted to play soccer. Wanted to be a soccer player, did you? No, I only really did it for fun. My friends played it, so I played as well. Any of those guys playing around could have been me for my accident, but I don't feel like I have any real wish to go back to that either. It's like a really hard to explain. I'm still distantly physically built from the days when I played, even if my strength largely left me by now. And I got on my when I think about it, I should feel pretty bad watching people play when I can't anymore. Yet I don't. Maybe it's a good thing I sigh that I've gotten over and that I'm ready to become a new person. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling. It's cool. I'm actually glad to hear that. It sounds like you really have your stuff together. Some of the people that come to Miyamako are pretty messed up at first. So you're a member of the track and the field club then. Yep, and it's since I first arrived. Don't suppose you're friends with Emmy. Short, fast runner, no legs. I don't think there are all that many female tracks and field members. I mean, everyone knows about her, don't they? But nah, I take it I tend to get on the better with the guys. Ooh. So me and him don't really talk much anyway. What about you? Oh, well, I'm not really in any college sport clubs anyway. You've been hanging out with Hanako and the blonde Amazon though, right? Blonde Amazon. Supposedly has height to fit the description. If nothing else, I know no respond without making too fine a point of things. That's an interesting nickname. And don't worry about it. As long as you've got some friends, you don't need to join a club. A long little story for the field attracts our attention. One of the players is on the ground clenching his legs, and the other stops playing to jog up to him, leaving Miki grimacing. Ouch! That looks painful. The guy really has bad luck. As she continues to look out into the field, I can't help but remember of her own injury. Her left arm, ending in step rather than a hand, has been bandaged up for the entire time. I've been yakking on her injury because it seemed that new. She turns to talk to me again, catch me looking, both of us in awkward silence as she takes her bandaged arm and holds it in her lap with others remaining hand. Sorry, I guess I'm still a bit. It's fine, really. Her tone is light, but neither of us say afterwards. Even the spilled students here has their own way of dealing with the problems that some find their conditions troublesome is only the cool among them after all. The injured guy from the soccer game managed to get onto his feet with some help and ends up hobbling off the field with one arm over. The shoulder of another for support probably just pulled a muscle if he can't still manage to walk. The whistle blows again, and the game continues once more with one less man on the field. Hanging out with Hanako and the blonde girl. Keeps some pretty strange company. So, it's just that Hanako is kind of, I don't know, shy. No, it's not really that. It's just she got issues. Hey, I'll talk to her about like that. I think I can't really put it in a nice way. Not that I don't think she's a nice person, though she's perfectly nice. Just hard to deal with. Sometimes with Miki or at least some other person in the class have tried to get close to Hanako in the past, and that it did go well. Another character who can't play patty cake. I'll just take it as it comes. She's a nice person. I think that should be all that matters. Miki's eyes narrow a little and smile surprise. You really like her, don't you? Miki certainly doesn't mince words. To completely honest, yeah, I do. I appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone. Hey, well, you can't trust me, no problem is there. To be honest, I think it's kind of cute if you want to go for it. Don't let me stop you. Thanks. She may say that, but she was just talking about Hanako's having issues. Still, I want to hold myself to the words I say. Hanako's problems don't matter. I'll deal with anything that comes up because I want to help her. If there's even the smallest possibility that I can pull Hanako out of her depression and seclusion, then I should work towards that no matter what. If she needs a prince, then I'll be the prince. Yes! Yes, come on, Hisho! As I think about the possibility of a relationship, I can see Miki grinning at me while washing my face. I have no doubt blushing and looking away from her, only making her laugh. Who cares? He finally learned! Oh my god. He finally learned how to respect women. That is crazy. Good job. Finally. Now it's getting interesting. I think about the possibilities of Mickey gives herself a different vibe from the other girls. Talking to her feels more like a talking to a guy than a woman. Her saying she prefers males couple doesn't help to display the notion either. Glancing at my watch shows that lunch break is ending in only a few minutes. I start heading back to class. Lunch is about to end and want to head back? Yeah, it would be better. I pick myself up off the grass and dust myself off, offering hand to Mickey. Which one? Don't say left. Don't you dare say left. Come to think of it, why aren't you wearing the normal girls? Okay, nope. Nope. No, we are not reading that. It's too hot and constricting. The boys' uniforms is great. It's better anyway. So that hold on. I must need new glasses because how? How is that skirt part of the boys' uniform? How? That makes zero sense. Bro, are you kidding me? do. She throws her arms around about to emphasize her point, which has the side effect of showing off one particular part of her body that would be especially constructed by the. Oh my god, nope! Wait, I just. Oh, I just. Oh, okay, we're not gonna discuss this. The two of us start to walk back to the main building through the gardens, talking as we go. Sounds like you're settling well. So relief is pretty surprised to get a transfer soon at this point in this year, considering the exams are coming up. Don't remind me. Don't worry about them. Just screaming. You'll be fine. Does it sound like a good advice? She claps my shoulder. Couple times and she grins. I don't think she takes school very seriously. You seem like a smart guy, and Muto's taken to you well already. You're like a hand in the glove. Your left hand. Now to work out whether that's a good thing or bad thing. I still don't know what to make of this school. I've been here for a few weeks already, but I still feel dazed at the time. You get used to it. Just give it some time. It's only high school, just like any other. She makes it sound so simple, but I've never thought about it that way to me. Chemical semester was a marked shift in my life. I was not going normal. I was different in the ways to be educated with other different people. I'm walking back to class and talking casually with a classmate during lunch after watching player some other play a soccer game. Although all perfectly normal, maybe she has a point. Maybe I should just look at Hanako in the same way. Everyone has their own issues. This is hardly something unique to Yamako. After all, it's only in high school just like any other. As we continue to talk, I find myself smiling. Mika and I were different people in almost every way, but it feels good to have gotten to know another classmate a bit better. I'm telling you, these acts are long, but at least at least we're almost done. A light breeze blows a sense of early summer around my head, and away with Lily. Small white clouds litter the sky, breaking up the model of the blue. Isho, are you here? Lily's voice lets on the breeze, as if they were one and the same thing. I stopped gazing into the sky to examine Lily. With a peach off the shoulder sweater, tan ankle-less skirt, and addition to tan sandals, she quite a nice sight. Yeah, I'm over here, Lily near the gate. Are you able to sneak away from Hanako? Yes, it's not uncomfortable for me to go out during weekends, so I don't think she noticed anything suspicious. That, and she has someone she sees. Lily pressures her lips as if maybe she shouldn't have continued. I find it a little hard to believe. Hanako seeing someone? Really? No, it's just she's a therapist. Every so often on weekends. Oh well, that Hanako is a therapist? What? She's a therapist? It's way too late for dinner. Guess I gotta sneak down again later when I'm done with this. Oh well, that does make a lot more sense. Lily rubs her arm uncomfortably, and after one look at her troubled expression, I quietly move to change the topic away from Hanako. Huh? Yes? I was just wondering. You could get around the city on your own? Lily sighs as the concentration surrounding the topic of her blindness. I'm my own worst surrounding sometimes. I can, yes. It's easier when I'm out with my friend or sister, still. I wonder how Lily gets along with her sister. Being an only child, it's hard to imagine what having a sibling would be like. So it makes me a little envious of her. Right, well then, the bus arrives in a few minutes. Should we probably get a move on? Indeed, it's a long wait if we miss this one. With that, we set off to the bus stop on the hill. It's only a small distance from the school gate, so it's convenient. It's a nice view from here. Coming from the city, I never really got to see the scenery like this, alone on a daily basis. This area is nice for me as well. It's tranquilly and away from the noises and smells of the city. Lily's head pricks up, and a trademark gesture of hers signifying that she's caught a sound. Well, here comes the bus. I look down the road and see the bus trundling up the hill. Here is quite a useful tool. The bus only takes a short while to reach the bus stop, forcing its way up the road, and within a minute we are on our own to the city. Walking around the city, I feel distant nostalgia. The smells, the traffic, the tall buildings everywhere. It's a, a lot like my naive city, save for the raised walkways. It feels a little weird walking around a city as casual as I would in a park, but with cars rushing around underneath me. As I'm busily powdering the engine Marvel that is the raised walkway, I get a surprise. It takes me more to realize that Lily has wrapped her arms around mine and standing here in front of her with her other hand. For a moment I'm startled, but I manage to keep of a lid on it for Lily not to notice. Well, it's not the first time that Lily's relying on me for guidance. She only held onto my sleeve cuff before. Oh my god. Lily has her arms around Hisho. That's crazy. Right. So it's logical that it will be easy for her to navigate a crowded and complex area, such as the city will securely linked but I'm from being as used to this kind of contact as Lily is. Finally realizing the growing silence between us as Lily waits for me to get moving, I quickly kick my brain into gear. You know, it was quite surprised that Hanako likes to sing. Have you ever heard of her do that before? I have indeed. We have been to karaoke sessions several times. Along with my sister, I can't say I take to the activity much, but the others too like it. Maybe Hanako doing karaoke is more freeing than I intentionally thought. Just her and those should know all alone in the room. We give her a rare chance to let her guard down, but nobody else there to judge her. Maybe, hmm, I'm not sure she would deal very well with all that excitement. I moved to protest, but her face shows that she's murmuring the proposal over some more. It takes her quite some time to recover, time for her to just come to a conclusion. Then again, the best thing we could do for Hanako at this point is to create some pleasant birthday memories, continually treating her as if she normally would help. I think you're right. If she has something to remember apart from loss, then maybe she'll come around. If we borrow something nice, that she'll go, that she should, that she could see every day, maybe she would be able to take her mind off her past and remember that she has friends. And in any case, I think Hanako can handle something like this. In that time I've spent beside her, I've learned that she isn't quite as fragile as I first thought she was. So shall we be off? I'm not really sure about the layout of this area. Very well. I might like to suggest having something to eat first. I haven't eat I haven't either, so that sounds like a good plan. Make sure you choose a nice place, Hisho. She gives a teasing smile, one that makes me smile perfectly in response, even if she can't see that. I'll make fair sure I do it. Don't worry about that. Once inside, I order two slices of pie and accompany accompaniments of the tea and take them to back to our table. I packed up this cafe as the type to apply to the lily small and quiet, but well kept and somewhat upscale, going by this dainty smile she wears. I don't really know if I choose right. It's very, very rare to not see her smiling after all. Nevertheless, I take a seat near her at one of the corner tables and lay down for small meals. Lily grudgingly brings her head over this slice of pie, placed in front of her, delicately taking in the aroma. Lemon pie, is it? Thank you, Hisho. No problem. He is just next to it, just so be careful not to knock it over. She nods up previously, but judging from the slightly weak smile she has, the warning was really necessary. I suppose the sound must have tipped her off as the precision. We both tuck into our food without further ado, both of us remaining largely silent as we do so. Lily isn't the type to appreciate discussion while eating, and I can't say I like it either. Eventually, eventually we finish both of our meals. And the last day of our teacups follows it short in order. Lily's the first to break the silence. That was very nice. I must say you chose go well, Hisho. This is the first time I've really had much of a look, honestly, so all I could really do was choose somewhere that looked nice. Um, damn. Sorry. I feel really bad for it, definitely bringing up the subject of sight around Lily, but she doesn't appear to mind much. Quite the opposite. She almost looks amused by my awkward attempt at an apology. You are thoughtful, Hisho, but sometimes I fear that it gets the better of you. There's no change in your speech I'm present. Lily, truly, is pretty comfortable in dealing with her condition. I still hasten to change the subject as I can't really say that I share her confidence in the matter. Have you lived here for long? Very long. It seems like you have this place pretty much sorted out. She quickly waves her hand in front of her face to the mist in the ocean. Something like that. I've attended Yokomo since the start of high school, but I didn't walk around the sea very much because Akira, my sister, picked me up and dropped me off. All right, you mentioned not living in the dormitory as well until recently. It's quite, it's quite a surprise. Hold on, I have to make the difficult decision. So, I lived with my family for most of my life. Then I was just together with my sister, with my family having moved to Inverness long before, and Akira working longer hours. I ended up having to move. Inverness isn't that somehow in Scotland? Oh, did I not tell you? My family currently lives in Scotland, the birthplace of my mother. My father's side is mainly Japanese, though. Huh. The question of what gave Lily her looks, they cross my mind every now and again, but I never thought to ask the answer that then. To be honest, I never had guessed, considering you have no account. I'm guessing you were born here. Full marks, I am thankful for my hair choices, though, as without it, I likely have not been taught English so early in my life. Okay. What of you, Yusho? What about me? She gives a moment's thoughts. She probably should have thought on what to ask me before switching the topic. I'll go with what are your plans for the future. To be honest, I haven't thought about much about that lately. After my accident and subsequent visit for months in the hospital, enjoying my life in here with you and Hanako has been enough for me. I find another thing I've thought of all I'm on a future for some time now. It seems almost futile. This is your last year of school. After this, you will have to find for yourself one way or another. It's not like I don't know that. I just haven't put much thought into it since then. She opens her mouth to continue, but gives a small sigh instead. She seems to have realized that she really doesn't know enough about my situation to give deeply into this. Well, we are on our own pace. I just hope you'll take a chance and chance to see that. I understand. I'll think about it. As we walk back out into the city, Lily takes hold of my arm once again. So did you get any good deals for a present? To be honest, no. I never been very good at picking them. I'm sure as it sounds, perhaps we should just look around. Hearing Lily utter those words throws me off for a moment. Here, how do we do that? That's just the reaction I was expecting. It's simple. You could go to the window shopping and just tell me what is around. If something interesting comes up, then we might get an idea. Right. I'm still not sure if there's, but I'll take your word for it. I think we'll manage. I called my sister and I managed to do well enough. With Lily's sympathesis and rather optimistic statement, he set off into the shopping to just strike up the city, and I started describing everything I see to Lily. It's hard to think of Hanako going window shopping. She doesn't feel like the type of place much stock in fishing, nor have I noticed her reading magazines or the like. In fact, all I think I've really seen her do as hobby is read books. There's a house where this shop just ahead. Looks like it's mostly corporate, though. I can't think that she have much of a need for that. What type of message would I send to her? Cooking more food? Really? Really? You get. Oh my God, he show. Sometimes the best to leave these things alone, he show. Once I get the feeling that Hanako's exploding in the kitchens aren't always successful. Lily myself help her out sometimes. So why? Why are you like this? Oh my God, bruh. You've been singing so much crazy stuff about these girls in Hanako that I don't even know. Let's see. Next along is a bookshop. That seems like a good one. She's always reading. Yes, but there are a few problems with books. I'm not quite sure what she has had her read. What about gift card then? There's something as a person. Personal. That's giving somebody a gift card. Sure, sure, sure. Let's give her the gift card. For what? What? For Barnes and Nobles? To nearest bookstore? It was sort of making sure that we got what we wanted. Giving people gifts is supposed to show them the level of affection you have for them. Eh, if you can't decide on a simple gift for them, how much could you think of them? Right. No, no gift cards. Well, he seems overly passionate about this, but I can see your point. If you're going to get something for someone, then you should put at least some thought into it. If I wanted to get something for Hanako that reminds her of us every day, then what good is a gift card? And the guys, what did you get Hanako last year? Oh, Ursula. No. I thought that if she had someone to talk to, it might help her ease her pain. I thought I wasn't ever gonna criticize her after all. So should I be looking for a doll shop? If you could be so kind to keep a lookout for one, I would be grateful. Sounds good to me, though. I wish you mentioned it earlier. But if I did that, then you wouldn't have started thinking for yourself, would you? Once again, Lily has a point. My brain is currently analyzing every story password, gift options. If only I mentioned a doll shop to begin with, I wouldn't have thought of anything else. We wandered through. We wandered through to the city's streets, but seemed unable to find anything that resembles a doll shop or anything that I could consider fitting present. The simple act of researching is starting to clear my head. The events of last week are starting to fade away, and I'm looking forward to giving Hanako a gift. If I can find one that is, this is hopeless. That we'll be able to find something in the city for sure. And I'm sure we've walked through the streets at least once before. That sounds like you're giving up, how you show. I'm not, but it's a lot harder than I thought. Try not to be so restricted. You're thinking maybe we should just actually get into some shops and have a look around. That might work. Never really been good. I wonder shopping. Lily and I circle around the city streets. Once more this time popping into stores, this time popping into the car that catches his attention in the end. Oh, nothing comes up as especially appropriate. Damn, what the heck did they find? Hanako tastes are often quite hard to pin. At the best of times, thanks to her intentionally private nature, and those tastes we do know are hard to accommodate. Maybe take a break for a moment. I'm a bit exhausted. I agree. And leave Lily to recess. Uh oh. You leave Lily? Best I get over while I go to a couple of drinks from the nearby vending machine. I swear. If anything happens to Lily, because she's blind. Oh my god, I'm scared. After walking up to the vending machine, grab myself some lemonade. I find myself a bit lost, not really knowing what Lily's taste. I decide to take a guess and grab something that seems a little girly, but not too weird. Strawberry filling milk. Oh, phew. Back. I walk up to her and place the cartoon into her outstretched hands. Oh, I said cartoon. Making sure she has a grip on it before letting go. She feels out. She feels out its contours before opening it and taking a very tearful sip. Her purposely smile after telling me I made the right choice. We both rest and have a quiet drink for a few moments. A familiar soft ringing bell. A ring begins to sound from Elise' side. She quickly apologized as her hands go into her pockets, pulling out the mobile phone. Do you mind if I take this? It's fine, don't worry. She nods to me and thanks before turning away and flipping the phone open, bringing it to the side of her face as she picks up the call. Going by the tone of Lily's voice, the person on the other end is no doubt some friend or another. I tone out of the conversation pretty quickly because it's snippets that Lily says make it sound more like gossip. Without much else to do, I found myself watching Lily. She really is a pretty girl, which would hardly hurt her popularity in school. It's interesting just how much Hanako and Lily contrast with each other in both personalities and appearance. For a few moments, I just leaned back and drink watching her. Before long, Lily says her goodbyes to the person she's talking and she hangs up, placing her phone back in her pocket and leaned back against the like back against the railing as before. Sorry, just from class. I take one final swing from my cane before throwing it into the bin. Lily gives me her carton to throw away as soon as after finishing really quickly. You seem to have a lot of friends. Oh, Lily waits for me to continue. Her instant period. I was thinking that you and Hanako contrast really heavily. It's hard to imagine Hanako doing a lot of things you could do or knowing people you know. You seem to think about Hanako quite a bit. I don't know. It's just she's mysterious. I guess I kind of wanted to know more about her, which isn't that easy. It almost sounds like you're doubting your relationships to her. I don't think that's it. I just want to do more for her, being her friend and all. I don't really know how she sees me. The statement seems to interest Lily quite a bit. I wonder if Hanako said anything about me to Lily during the conversations. I'm about to ask what's on her mind as she picks up stuff from the railing. Shall we be off then? Her first expression showed that she's playing games with me. Lily knows damn well that she's leaving me hanging. Excuse me. Oh my god, excuse me again. With the saw, with a sigh. Pick myself up with the railing, and as well, and have a brief look around with how we have stuff to do. I'll just try to get back to her about this later. Tucked in between a newsstand and Converse store is a small shop. The sign above the door reads Athelot Athelhellos Antics in decorative English script. It will be easy to miss if you're walking along the street, but since we're stentorially and not purposefully looking around, it's just noticeable. Say, ooh, I thought you got Hanako. Was it new? Oh, yes, but I'm not quite sure. I know what you mean. I think I found our shop. It's across the road. Oh, what is this? A Katawa Shoujo? It's an antique shop. think it's probably going to be our best bet. Really? I didn't know we even had one of those near here. Neither did I. I missed the first time we went by here. It's pretty well hidden. Well then, it can't be hard. It can't hurt to check. Inspired by this new find, we quickly dust ourselves off and head towards this store. Lily's hand finding its way to my elbow for guidance. The store has a strange, musky scent to it. The layout is more like a garage than a store. Things are strewn around the floor without a meaning similar to order. The shopkeeper reader. God, my nose. The shopkeeper gives us an almost bored look through his particular small eyes. His face looks really entirely under his dress style is different and characteristic. He gives us a polite nod of welcome before going back to his book. Pulling his tightly onto my arm, and I find myself to split my efforts between making sure we don't miss a potential gift for Hanako, making sure Lily doesn't fully bump into anything. Lily holds tightly onto my arms, and I find myself having to split my efforts between making sure we don't miss a potential gift for Hanako and making sure Lily doesn't eventually bump into anything. The task is quite difficult given half is fair by the stores laid out, and that and then sitting on pieces of furniture, but eventually we safely arrive at an old desk covered in dolls and teddy bears. I think this is the right place. There's pretty much every kind of doll you could imagine here. I should make the choice much simpler. Can you please pick one for me, Hansha? I had a feeling that it would come to this. I pictured Hanako in mind and tried to imagine which one of these dolls would come best to suit her. Mine is one across the collection. Each one of us is as extreme as the one before. The sheer number of stars is boogie. But eventually one catches my eye. Yeah, well, but this one. I pick up a small, purple doll that looks to be at least somewhat affordable dressed in a Victorian area green dress with a little brown hat sitting atop of its blonde hair. It's looks a little like Lulu. Oh, um, no, she doesn't. I, I don't think. I don't think. I don't think Lulu likes the gift. Uh oh. But that face. Look at that face. I don't think she likes it. Gently past her who delicately feels her way around the object while wearing a look of slight concentration. So it's beautiful. Do you think it was too Hanako in your opinion? I think it would. It could look good in your room. In that case, I'll trust your judgment. Will you be getting her something as well? Or shall this should be a shared gift? I'm not sure. Like I should get her something myself, but I don't. But I think getting her another doll is such a great idea. Maybe. I let my voice trail off as I look around the shop, resting on it. As I look around, resting writing table not far from the direction is the director boss that catches my eye. Wait here, I think I found some. My, that was fast. I genuinely, I genuinely walked through a collection of crystal glassware and picked up a box. The one inside is covered in debris depicting ancient battles around the castle. The top, however, looks far too familiar. Alternating squares of white and black varnished wood are arranged on the lid. That's a really nice item. It's a chair. It's from overseas. The store owner was standing up here startles me a little. I didn't see him pushing at all. I suppose he's trying to help us, but we don't really look like we know what we're looking for. Or on the other hand, maybe he wants to keep an eye on us because he suspects we might shop with instead. I'm looking for a present for my friend. We'll see. In that case, this the chef says it will make a fire choice. English shift flips into my mind. This is a pretty good looking set, but this is an antique shop. They're not well known for their bargain prices. All this uses a reproduction. My best estimate is that it's about 5 years old. I see how much? Thinks a little before telling me. Which is silent. This current. Uh, I'll let you take this now for about 7,000 yen. About a little. I wasn't expecting to spend that much. This does seem a perfect thing. Maybe that's a testament to how well he worked out. How much he could pay. Couldn't make it 5,000? Hmm. 5,000, 55,000. No, lower. And so, oh, we also like to get the doll. The stone owner looks over my shoulder, focusing on Lily and the doll in her hands. His eyes on me, physically takes a moment to swing metal gears. In the process, his smile drops slightly. Ugh. Yes, that means that everything in this store is for production. Are you quite sure is what? Are you quite sure that you want that doll, miss? Don't tell me. Did Hanako have that doll before the accident? Oh my god. I think I just figured it out. Okay. So okay. No. Now I have to keep playing because um trust my friend's judgment. See. No. No offense. Not taken. If you could please wrap it for me, it would be pretty appreciated. Yes, of course, but it's 2,000, 20,000 yen. Lily reaches into her purse and presents four crispy looking 5,000, 55,000 yen. Notes. Lily, here you go. Here are your 20,000 yen. The store keep dutifully takes them and the doll proceeds to the counter. I take it literally as I'm the gardener there. Are you sure about that? It's okay. I have the funds I need. As I said, I trust your judgment. I feel a little giddy on two fronts. Firstly, because Lily has just spent a lot of money on my recommendations, and secondly, because I have a feeling that the value of my gift isn't high enough. Nevertheless, Lily does seem to get somewhat awkward whenever the mention of money comes about. I hand the shopkeeper more present and the money for it in turn. He puts the cash into the register before busying himself with wrapping the doll and repeating the process of chessboard. Eventually, he finishes the wrapping and hands us both our presents. Please be careful. On your way back, and do come again. Thanks. Indeed, thank you very much. The store owner bows deeply to us as we leave. Well, it did take us all day. We found something in the end. That we did. Now that the presents are wrapped up, feeling a little impatient to give them to Hanako. It's common to react to the buying gifts, wanting to see the reaction of the receiver as they discover what it is. A part of me wants to return to Hanako just to confirm her condition with my own eyes. Should we head back? Let's. We've done lots of walking, so shut mine taking a rest back at the dormitory. Tories. Please right. Now that the need to find shop is over, my legs are feeling tired, quite tired. Well then, back to the school for us. I'm looking forward to resting for a bit too. Lily holds her arm, and I link mine with hers. Together, we make our way back to the bus stop. Oh my god, Mitchell reads equations and formulas to us one by one, and is usually on enthusiastic monotone directly from the book. It's possible that he might be excited about what he teaches us. Sometimes he can display an awkward spark of passion for it, as if starting to get into the material. Most of the day, however, are like this one, but recovering is fairly simple. So I find it incredibly difficult to keep my concentration on him. It's not too long until my legs begin aching again, which only makes it even harder. I'm only starting to regret walking around the city yesterday with Willie. Since leaving the hospital, I've done very little physical exertion. Walking to and from the local corner store hardly counts despite Emmy's attempts when I first arrived to Yamako. I largely given up on the idea of ever returning to my old level of fitness. I have little doubts that why walking around town for so many hours has made me quite so sore. It's depressing and it reminds me of how one more thing I can't do. I had my I had my heart attack. It makes me feel pathetic. Now, Ikisawa. It's out for Muto to ask Hanako a question, but not on her nerve. She quickly jumps to her feet, a little startled, and immediately points her eyes out to him. She knows that Muto is calling on her is rare, so all eyes in the classroom are going to open on her. This is this why she, this way she doesn't run the risk of making eye contact with anyone else. Yes. This particular example of a redox reduction, the combustion of methane reaction, actually produces one more product than is distillated. The product is, even though it's a softball question, she timid, waits a bit before answering, biting down slightly on her lower lip as to keep her concentrated. Ah, heat. Well done. As extreme dramatic reaction with the reaction giving me more heat than its opponent. Receiving a nod from Muto, Hanako takes her seat. Once again, I gives her a relief sigh. A shaky start is something. It'll be nice to take her out for her birthday. Somewhere is different for the rich, for them from the usual isolation of her room and the team room with the progress she's made until now. I don't think she'll have much of a problem going to the city. Right then, for the remainder of this class, I'd like you to work in groups of 3 or 4 on the problems of the chapter 12. I'll be here if you need me. Muto sits down behind his desk, pulls some loose sheets in, I don't know, folders or some kind of paperwork on his own. I thought teachers were supposed to do that kind of thing after class, not during it. Regardless, I look to my right to pick a someone group, giving the two smiling face hovering near mine. I don't think I'm going to get much say in the matter. I suppose we have a group then. John, you want to work together? Okay, okay. That's great. It's really been a while. The class begins. The proceed of noisily shuffling decks with Shinju doing the same as she puts hers in front of mine. She's a little lucky to not be able to hear the din of the classroom, which is loud enough to cause some discomfort. Truth be told, working with Shinju and Miju is probably a good outcome. Shinju and I are probably about the subject, and Misha has really had nice handwriting. As I look to Misha, oh my god, who's that? Is that? Oh, hi Hanako. As a tall figure in the shop, catching Misha's attention as well, she turns around. Oh, I say, good afternoon, Hanako. Did you finally notice Hanako? Other looking up and following the gaze of Misha, and in quick measure, she taps Misha on the shoulder to get her attention before signing away. Okay, no, no. Shinsha says, if you're looking for a group, you could join ours. Hanako looks down and blushes a little for. Out of all the people in the class, Hanako is most familiar with the 3 of us, so it's usually why she comes to us first. Then again, her actual coming up to the group with the intention of joining them is something she apparently rarely did before. She leaves briefly to drag her decks, and Shiju and Misha wheel back to me as soon as her back is turned. I guess we're get to play again, Hichan. You hardly ever play with us anymore. Wonder why? You two always seem to be utterly motive. Oh, oh, no, I didn't. Oh, my deaf queen. Don't be sad. Not her, Hichan. I was thinking you were someone to me. Why is Hichan? So I know that you're joking. Such a great sense of humor about it. The offer if someone were to take advantage of your good nature, like making your help them with your work. God, my nose. Ah ha ha ha. It's the most very realistic laugh like ever. God, my nose. Shinshu. Shinshu soon seems excited for a second. A little surprised that I'm willing to challenge her. But when she sees Haruko come back, she backs off with a smile. I guess I'm on a game. Start over, over early today. Hanako generally sets her down her decks in front of Misha. Her eyes are like locked downward, and I'm left wondering why. Until I look around the class. Most most are busy setting up their own groups. Oh my god! Excuse me. In my nose. But if you cast that character glances her, this range is hard to tell whether that is whether they're interested in her ends, or if they are talking about her as well. It's strange. No one bats an eyelid when Hanako runs out of the classroom to avoid group work. But now that she's making an effort, they're staring at her as if she's done something wrong. We all move to sort ourselves out, spreading our textbook and worksheets around the larger servers created by the four joysticks. It isn't long before the classes as a whole gets down to work. Hey, Hanako, it's nice to finally work with you. Stop! Stop! The reason Michan has been warning us lately? Sinshan says it's a little rude, but if Hichan wanted to spend time with a cute girl, it's understandable. I don't think it's like that. Hanako starts to fidget, unused to this kind of attention. I think that an older person would drop the conversation by now. But Misha's like the atheist of Hanako. Part of that includes being blind to the ordinary social cues, while Hanako is overly sensitive to them. Because of that, Misha ahead with the question too quickly for me to get a chance to interject and guide to discussion somewhere more comfortable. Really? So he wasn't hanging out with you yesterday? No. I could feel my cover being blown away. Really didn't want Hanako to know that we were out buying presents for her. While planning on her birthday party, it wouldn't be good for her to find out. Yeah, I was doing something else. You know how it is. Really? Wonder what was so important for Haitian to blow us off like that. If it wasn't to spend time with Hanako, then what could it be? It's really interesting. Now this is starting to feel like integration. I'm surprised at how Misha is able to extract such a feeling of pressure without actually intending to. Where are you with? I don't know where. Hanako manages to stumble on the answer. I don't know where Hanako manages to stumble on the answer. She may be dreadfully quiet and shy, but she's very intu- intuitive. What makes you say that? Yesterday. Especially she saw the man that explained himself. Hey, she only be doing the assignment. But it's so mysterious. Even Hanako wants to know. I tried to look at Hanako. It's true from the expression on her face, it's obvious that she wants to know as well. And I think we're past the point where I could weasel out of any explanation. I apologize to Lily and mine. She really didn't want to keep it a secret, but now it doesn't seem possible anymore. I feel a rush of coughing mushrooms should double out. I can only readily identify them, but they crash around in my hand as I try to calm down and speak. Alright, I'll tell you. I went into town with Lily, but what do you think? Lily and I were out for Hanako's birthday. We were the cow. The cat is out with the bag, but it looks like Hanako is taking it a little better than I thought she would. A brief silent passes around our little group as Shinju and Misha look at each other. Sheepishly, I could tell that they didn't expect their game to turn out like this. Misha looks up to Hanako in order to apologize, then pauses. Hanako is staring in the middle of her desk and barely moving. My only expression on her face, I guess I was wrong about taking it well. Hanako, I'm sorry. It's a few seconds. Pause. Hanako lifts and shakes her head. It's okay. Her expression looks odd, like she's very tired. That doesn't seem natural, but it's nothing alarming. Nobody really wants to continue the current conversation, so we open our textbook and begin our group work. This is pretty dull. With the equations we were supposed to work out as a group will take a while. Most of it is going boringly mechanical. It also doesn't help that while that didn't go as bad as I could have had, it has left an awkward atmosphere around us. Still, we manage. Shinju's face betrays that she has about the same expectations of also of our work as I do, and the two of us begin to wear our group. Misha, on the other hand, is screwing up her lips, very forceful to try to make heads or tails of what we're doing. Hanako is looking at quietly observing what we were writing, of what I said. What I said. She usually has the same expression when the teacher speaks. It's the same her shame. Her tone is so unreadable, but the way she talks, takes in information, I think she do quite well in class. If she actually followed the lesson regularly, I wonder if this might be a way Shinju seems to be so hard on her. Hey, Hanako, do you understand? Misha looks at Hanako, but I suspect her hope is more to find a comrade and ignorances rather than genuine help. I'm surprised by how tense she is in answering, but she settles back down. She breathes out, and the way her upper body and head lower reminds me of a devilly balloon. You okay? I could go over this a bit if you want. Hanako shakes her head slightly, but again, I don't think she needs the extra explanation despite what she said. Misha quickly interjects entirely upstairs and I end up slowly going through how we ended up at one result step by step. Times like this reminds me that this kind of work may not be mechanical for everyone, but rather feels that might make due to my grasp of this subject a satisfying feeling. As Misha brings her balled fist onto an open hand in realization, I discover another nice feeling. My explanation got through to her, and she managed to work out the next equation by herself with a minimum of guidance. For all of this, Hanako is unusually unresponsive. She's normally very quiet, but once one can still see her eyes rovering, particularly over the landscape of the classroom in front of her, and anxiously moving her hands in some way of shifting of her shoulders particularly. Right now, these small moments that I've got used to see all are missing. Someone not moving all out differently, weird. Even Misha can tell if there's something wrong. Hanako, are you sure you're okay? Yes. Are you sure? A little more strongly this time. But she turns away as she says it. It only makes me doubt her answer. Yeah, at the same time, I can tell she doesn't want to talk about it further. Having already had one very awkward conversation today that I'm still not fully over, I don't want to pressure the matter too much either. We settle back into our routine, debating over our answers, and whenever a doubt comes up, but as time goes on, I notice that Hanako isn't talking at all. It's frustrating she had made so much progress. It makes me a little angry at Shinju Misha for undoing the surprise Lily and I wanted to keep a secret so much. I know I'm at fault too. Maybe I could have kept it under wraps somehow. Shinju had noticed he had gone silence as well. It's also getting anxious. I can see on her face. It's strange that even though she's deaf, Shinju has perceived Hanako's unusual quietness from within Misha. Hanako, you're being too quiet. You have to contribute too. Someday we might work on a bigger project like the one that's so big it's worth celebrating afterwards, like with ice cream or cake. If you act like this, we won't take you long. I could tell that they're trying to tease her to bring her out of her shell, but I don't think that kind of approach will work on Hanako. It will just make her feel worse. Guys will tease her like that. Ichan, it's all good fun. She teases everyone anyways. You do back off though. Misha moving away from the issue by asking me a question again. On seeing how difficult the problem she is working on was, I don't know whether it's first or more squishes. It takes her way more of her time than necessary because Shinju keeps disagreeing with me while I'm trying to explain to Misha. Misha is trying is quick to believe her over me. So quick in fact that she forgets to translate what Shinju is saying. Hey, the clock is kind of going to take it down. We just speed up a little. Nichan, you sound like you sound you sound a little like Shishan a little. Just because I look at my watch, jeez. Is that really all it takes? Time management, and suddenly I'm a student council president. I look at Hanako's desk to see how she's doing. It freezes. Our papers are covered in equations, but Hanako is only halfway through. Seems like she hasn't eaten anything in the past 20 minutes. When I realized that, I wanted to kill myself how dumb I've been. Showing them that someone of fragile Hanako was just going to brush off what happened so easily. But I've been too eager to move on from an awkward situation to notice. She has been slowly shutting down for the last half hour, and I have no clue her pen is still in her hand. But she does it slowly spin it around like she usually does. There isn't a single idle movement from Hanako. Oh, she's smiling. She's smiling? And she's sweating. Huh. Only the fact that she inch tries to inch away once she feels Shinju Mishami looking at her tells me that she isn't even still cautious. We look away. We look away, and at least in my case, it's partly out of shame. That's gotten to the point. Though on the outside, she has shut down almost completely. I know that it's a different story from the inside. What kind of things could she be thinking about? As she tries harder and harder to shrink it to herself, as I willing as I be by willing, if she could somehow disappear. Everyone is looking at her now, stealing quite quick glances in between putting the finishing touches on the work. Nisha attempts to ask her what's wrong, but that only makes the problem worse. If she weren't frozen to her seat, she'd probably run out of the room right now. Misha's question is loud enough to be heard throughout the entire classroom, and for a second I'm ready to snap at her, because I can only imagine how much worse it's making Hanako feel. Of course, if I were to do that, it would make the situation worse. I believe that Hanako had gotten stronger, but it wasn't enough, and I was too eager to believe it. Now she's there alone in the middle of the classroom, and there's nothing I could do without drawing more attention to her. It's infuriating. Misha worried, and even Shinju is biting her lips. None of us know how to deal with this situation, so I decided to call Mewtwo. His judgment would probably be better than ours. She's crying. Wait. Oh my god. She's crying. Dude, she's crying? Oh my god. She's crying, dude. I look up to manage a glance of her eyes, silently motioning for him to come over. I want to make as a little fuss about this as possible, since if there's anything that would make this worse, it would probably be focused on her. I know that Hanako can see everyone staring at the group, specifically at her, because they know that if there's a problem, it has to be her. Everyone knows her. It's the first thing anyone mind will leap into her is her reputation for being truant has marked her as an unusual person, even unusual Yamako. Who knows how many times they stare at her before? Maybe it's because she's seen the class staring at her so much that she fears their gaze like she does, cowering from them. The time it takes Muto to walk over must be like an eternity to Hanako, and she looks like she's about to fall over. Muto quietly begins to access what's wrong before catching himself as he sees Hanako. Did we upset her? Don't worry. Muto bends down after calming Misha and looks intently on Hanako's face. Hey, Ikizawa, can I help you at all? His voice is hushed and gentle. Everyone's acting so differently around Hanako now that the whole class has noticed something wrong with her. Hanako doesn't respond, so Muto gently rests his hand on her shoulder. Oh, she's shaking! She's shaking! She starts shaking at the touch, but won't even look up at Hanako. Continues to stare into the equation at her desk. They're just so unfocused that I doubt she even sees them. She is worse than before. I remember that not every even an hour ago she was able to talk with them. It's almost informal. Oh, it's so sad. She was shaky, dude. Mucho grimace a bit as he stands again, and not that he's a special change. I could see he wasn't exactly unaffected by what happened either. He takes a breath to settle himself before speaking in a very close voice. I'm a little impressed at how quickly he takes control of the situation. Is that it? Nothing wrong? Nothing's wrong then? Muto seems to say that to no one in particular. However, his words sound convincing enough that most of the people who were looking over at Hanako now turned away, getting back to the work. He gives a quick he gives a quick glance to his left and right. Several people at the desk around us are still staring curiously, but other than that, we seem to have escaped attracting too much attention. Lucha noticed me doing the same as him and smiles a little in his usual silly way. I think for Ikisawa's sake, it would be good to quickly take her somewhere away from others. Naki Hakamashi, could you please take Ikisawa out of the classroom? I'll keep everyone in cell, so please don't worry about anything but her, okay? He looks at Misha to tell her to interrupt his words for Shinju, but she's already finishing translate by the time he does so. It's remarkable how little thought she needs to sign as she quickly otherwise. Nodding, Shinju and I move to another side of Hanako. Muto steps back, allow us some room. So the table behind us. Some people there have got to murder behind the suspects. What's going on? We look at each other before lowering ourselves. In Yujin, taking one arm around of each other's and lifting. The two of us begin to walk at a slow pace to make sure we don't individually hurt her as much as we try to make these look normal. I'm quite sure there will be many more gazes on us if not for mutual distraction. Eventually, thankful we reach the door and go through. Mo- Nobody's outside, so we walk down the hallway. It doesn't seem like it's making her more at ease than she was in the classroom. Finally, asks her if she wants to just sit down for a while, simply stay in place and wait for her to say something. Senju gently rubs Hanako's shoulder a little, but there's no response. Eventually, she shakes her head a little when Senju tries again. Both of us are looking at her, so we pick up on it immediately. Senju's hand again comes to rest on Hanako's shoulder as she awakens, her face lifting to a very worrying, anxious person look at her. She looks at her silently for a while. She, she wordlessly lowers her head, her eyes suddenly moving to the side. She looks embarrassed, almost ashamed. I want to say anything. I can't, though. I don't really know what happened, just happened. Or even what caused it. I feel helpless and ashamed of myself for not being of any use. She drew sighs before looking at me. Even without words, I think I could tell what she's asking. I'll take Hanako to the nurse if that's okay with you. I try to communicate by my intentions through hand gestures, but I don't feel like I managed to do as well. She makes a dairy face in response to me. Bruh, what did we say? She snaps her fingers in the air disbelief first at me, then at Hanako, then towards the stairs. She waits for me to nod before pointing at herself, then pointing at the door to the classroom. The feeling I forgot the feeling Shinju is better at this than I. No, no. It's her brilliance after all, same as mine. Shinju gets ready to make her exit, but she only leaves after looking at Hanako for Cousin's time. Are you okay with me taking you to the nurse's office? Hanako doesn't say something, or anything or not, but she stands up a place by herself, and when I begin to walk, she obediently follows. I've read about people being catatonic before. I think this is time I'm seeing for myself. She looks extremely tired. After reading the summons as surprise, after Hanako slowly takes off her shoes and lies on the bed in the family nurse, and I take off. He shuts the curtains behind us. We both take our seats, and I quietly and thoroughly go through everything that happens in quite some detail. I want to understand what happened, and the nurse has gone chances and you Man, I've been reading for like been reading for like 3 hours. How about we make it four? Yeah, 4 hours. Because I like you guys so much, and I appreciate all your supports in my videos. So I'm making this as long as I possibly can. Yeah. Notes throughout my explanation. His face looked troubled as I finished. It must have been very troubling for you for you to have seen all this. The lying. If I said it wasn't. I get that she fainted, but I don't really understand anything about why it happened or why she's acting like this. He nods, but his face is clouded. You don't know either? Well, yes and no. It's complicated. Assuming you've heard about the concept of patience confidently about some point. This is about this is a bit of a minefield. In that respect, I'm going to put this pretty but bluntly. It's a matter for Ikasawa, me, and her therapist. I moved to protest, but think better of it. I want to know what he says, but if I think this through racially, what he says makes perfect sense. Understand? Good, good. I wish I could help you more, but I think what Ikisawa needs right now is somebody playing into her past or her emotions. She just needs somebody to be there for her. She needs a friend. For it's worth it. For it's worth, I think you've done well bringing her here. Sounds like you and your friend dealt with the situation well too. I give you a lollipop versus sticker as a war, but you may be a little too old for it either. Gives a cocky grin, honestly trying his best to lighten the atmosphere. I'm not really in a laughing mood, but he does. And just smile. Whoa! What just happened? What's going on? What just happened? What the? What? What just happened? Nice. Do you mind if I stay here with Hanako? I appreciate the thought, but I think it would be better if they let her rest for now. She'll be led back to her dormitory room this evening, so you can visit her then. I agree with him before standing. Feels like all I could ever do around the nurses humbly agree to what he says, but it was the same with the doctors in the hospital too. The walk back to the classroom is a long one. My mind feeling heavily underweight under the weight of so many things happening so suddenly. Even as I entered to the classroom, I'm thinking about Hanako. My stomach feels like it's turning into knots while I think about how to deal with it with her. I still don't know what I'm going to say when I see her again. Thankfully, the class doesn't pay me much heed. There are a couple of questioning glances, but overall, not many people seem to be very much aware what happened. Muto raises his eyebrow to get my attention, and when I pass by his desk, Naki, I take it Ikisawa is in the infirmary now. Yeah, I took her there, and the nurse said I should let her rest. Muto nods, assuring me that I made the right call. He scratches his chin for a second before rising from his desk. Everyone, I want you to continue with the exercise. Naki, I'll see you in the hall, please. His speech is hushed, but overall he doesn't seem to be acting too differently from how he usually does. Being a teacher, maybe it's to be expected. As we go into the hallway, I notice him taking a quick glance left and right to check if there's any students milling around. The hallway is nearly soundless, but I can't think of anything except waiting for Muto to speak. Naki, what do you think the purpose of the school is? Um, to cater to the needs of the disposed students? Muto scratches his head and as he shakes. No, if we wanted to do that, we would have built a whole new school from scratch. One floor, talking, say, talking whiteboards, that kind of thing. Look around, Naki. The school is about giving you all a future. You will have been denied a regular education. Huh? Think of it this way: if you, if we wanted you to graduate and go straight into the hospital, do you think we put in this much effort? The blindness of Mutu's statement temporarily stuns me, causing me to forget about the limited situation. No, that's right. We want you to all leave here as useful members of society. I'm not quite sure I'm following. I am hopeful for you, Naki. You are possible. The first student I've had that gets my lecture. This that is something that a teacher just should be meaning so freely. You could easily take your studies of science well into university. Have you ever considered that? I can't say I have. Well, what do you have you considered for your future? That is, I can't say that I've put much thought into my future. For a moment, I'm distantly reminded of you literally questioning me about the same subject. It's only been a little over 5 months since I was gasping for air in the ground. It soon seemed to be thinking about the future besides Hanako's problem seems much more bigger to me right now. Muto gives a disapproving sigh before continuing. Think of this place as an opportunity. Here you have boundless facilities, good teachers, plus the add bonus of nurse and the staff. You should be doing nothing but think about the future. Yeah, right. As I raised my head to meet his gaze, I thought occurred to me. It's almost like Mutu thought, step by step, sidestep the issue at hand. Excuse me, but why do none of the staff seem to care when Haga skips class? I've seen you watch her walk out of class more than once. Shouldn't you at least say something? Well, Naki, it's not really that simple. Every single here has his special needs. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have a school here. For example, I want to keep you in class if you were having trouble breathing, would you? But I, but that's not. Mucho cuts me off before I can even think about finishing my sentence. Kizawa case is very much like that, but instead of CPR or a pacemaker, what she needs is time and space. The facility was made aware of this from the day she arrived here. As whenever she feels the need to leave the classes, we let her do so. And even though she isn't a star pupil, she seems to pass all of her exams, so it hasn't affected her ability to study. Isn't that enough? I remember I remember I opened my mouth to protest, but I can't find a fault in this grim argument. All her condition does seem at first seem to be wholly physically logical. Its worst effects have been on her sight. It still puts me off, though. Isn't he just passing on the responsibility for her problem? Surely she can't go like this for her entire life. I understand you might not be used to this kind of thing yet. It's a big change for you. That said, it's a less than a year into graduation now. Maybe you will have to get used to the school. If you keep your head down, I'm sure you'll do well enough in your exam. I'm normally not more into simply acknowledge that I'm listening than out of agreement. I felt like I was getting used to the school, but it feels like it just been thrown back in my face. But what about Honeycomb? I believe, well, I hope that she'll perform well enough to do what she wants to do. That is another thing. Not all students leave school with an idea of what they do, unfortunately. He takes care to emphasize the last words as if it wasn't quite clear enough already. It gives me a moment to mull his words over. Today, it's been troublesome for you, and I doubt you'll be able to concentrate much anyway. After all that's happened, so I allowed you to take the rest of the day off. The grades have been good in this class so far, which makes me think you won't have any trouble catching up. on what we've been. It gives me a smile along with his praises after to make up for the seriousness of his lecturing before I go collect things and I'll see you tomorrow. Right, thank you. With 2 rounds, roundabout speech has left me thoughts scattered. I'm still lying close to working out what can I do to help Hanako. If anything in my mind is all the more confused after what Monaco Moto says. I'm also still bothered by the fact that Hanako was helped at least as much by Shinshu, her enemy, by proxy, as by myself. But I no. Whether that is just a male bravado or is genuine concern. While I collect Hanako's and my things from class, I continue to try and sort out my feelings. I'm going to say I understand here, that I'm here for here. But while I might have been able to say that just yesterday, I can't say now. I wish I could. I lay in my bed, trying to collect my thoughts. After Hanako's pain and guitar, I found myself fundamentally seizing the relationship we share and what I know about her. I had a hard enough time dealing with 4 months in the hospital. One, her scar tells me that she was in one for a lot longer than I was. Be that I'm as I as it may, I know next to nothing about her past. She's told me about the house fire. That's only in a basic way. Excuse me, and one of her family. I still asked Lily about that. There hasn't been an opportunity to bring it up. I don't know where she grew up or what her old school was like, nor her past friends, her wishes and ambitions, not even her taste in music, food and movies, all the little things that I know about all my friends. Just where what I've been doing for all this time I've been with her, Lily. And this is I hear the bell singling in the end of classes. Now, with any luck, Lily would soon realize that neither Hanako nor I are around and return to the dormitories. My mobile phone starts to ring. Constantly thinking my short, acute service means I've rarely been called to commenting my call. Hello? 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 Hisho Naka speaking. Oh, Hisho, I'm glad I found you. You weren't in any of our usual places, so I thought this would be a faster way to contact you. I probably should have guessed it would have been Lily, as she's one of the few people I give her my number to, even though the phone heard her sound silently on the edge. I, Hanako, when I left class, she had some kind of panic attack. And then I go silent. If it weren't for the background stat, I would have thought Lily had hung up on me. I understand. Could you come back to my room? I'd like to talk to you. Sure. I I appreciate your chance to have a bit of talk, actually. Good, good. Also, what's a bad news? I think we should discuss this in person. It's hard to grasp the seriousness of the situation from Lily's tone. She sounds so calm about most of the time, but that could be a good or bad thing depending on how you look at it. Okay, but right there. I collect Hanako school things from my desk and head straight for Lily's room. Rama knuckles on the door and she calls me in. Lily sits at the table inside the room looking at a little worse from where. I guess that's because of the bad news. Following her gestures of invitation, I sit across from her and lay Hanako's things on the table. Well, there's no point of either is waiting. Which am I going first? Hisho, what happened today? I remember of the incident is already beginning to fade, but I explain as best as I can to Lily. Inviting Hanako to work with the group, Shinjo and Misha questioning our priority to the town, getting discovered, and the sequence of pain and death. I am Shinju's reaction as I overthought, but Lily seems to take some kind of comfort hearing about it. I guess rivals don't become rivals for no reason. There must be some history, but now some isn't the time to explore it. I see. She said her therapist session was helping, but I hope had my doubts. It's quite a shame. Her birthday has caused problems before, but I had hope that she would have approved you with you around. The most of therapy. Where's Hanako now? Last time I saw her, she was in the infirmary. I guess she's going back to her room by now. She was in the library, the tea room, and I checked, so I could assume that too. He said you also have some bad news. What's the matter? Does it concern Hanako? Lily shifts her posture, the body of saying she assures you for the right words. My aunt has fallen gravely ill. I'm afraid I'm going to be heading back to Scotland to visit her and to spend some time with my family. What? Is she alright? When do you leave? I'm not altogether sure of exactly how she's faring at the moment, though. Last I heard she was stable. Believe me, sad. It's the earliest fight I could get. Stable? That's the California needs to stay in the hospital. I've been stable long enough to know that. And to know that doesn't necessarily mean someone is in a good condition by merely treading water. On the upside, stable is much better than critical condition. At least she's not on the brink of death. Stable, that's a relief. Yes, but this means that I won't be here for Hanako's birthday. I wanted to tell you now so we could think of something before we told Hanako. But after today's events, I'm not sure if there's gonna be an issue if we simply cancel the party. I don't think that's such a good idea. Hanako already knows that we were planning a party now. To go back that seems to go back on that seems like the wrong thing to do. Also, we should do something for you going away, right? You make it sound like as if I won't come back. If all goes well, I shall only be away for a week. So, possibly two. That's one relief at least. Listen, Mai, what do you suggest then? Given the circumstances, I don't think karaoke is really proper. You're not going away for grace reasons, so having too much fun would feel wrong. What did you do for her birthday last year? Last year? I literally couldn't get her out of her room. She locked the door. All I could do was leave food outside for her, making sure that she was at least eating well. It's perhaps the most depressed I've ever seen and heard Lily act. I feel sorry for her, given how defeated she must feel to be able to help her closet friend. Perhaps it would be better to throw a party before you leave there. That doesn't sound like it would be the opposite, shouldn't it? I think we should at least tell Hanako both about your trip and her party, and Anahai have her things from class as well. That's a good point. Should we go and visit her now? I think I think that would be a good idea. Part of me is dying to see Hanako. The last time I saw her, she looked like death walking, and these last few hours have torn me apart just thinking about that. We call get up, but finally, I was in his room. Hanako's room is right next door in the same hallway. Knocking lightly gets us no smart, but but the door proves to be unlocked. Lily pauses for a moment as a hand unexpectedly moves under her hand before they open the door. Haruko's room is startlingly bare and monotone. There are no decorations. Oh my god. Plain white walls, a plain dark blue blanket, only a few books and papers, and a very purely petulant items on the shelves. Oh my god. Even the bed sheets are a monochrome. The entire room feels as sub-dead as Hanuko's character. Hanako herself. Oh my god. Is she okay? Oh, what? God, dude. Hanako herself is laying curled up on her bed. She may be not be crying now, but her eyes closed tightly to stop herself, and the tracks of her tears still sit on her cheeks. I quietly walk in and set her bags down her desk, afraid of startling her too much. Hello, Hanako? You should have told me what happened today. Are you alright? Hanako's eyes open, though only a little. She tilts her slightly to look at me, noticing my grimacing before I can hear her. So sorry. She really doesn't look or sound okay, though. At least she seems more calm than what she was before. She still looks as if the slightest breath could emotionally break her. I said before, right? When you feel you'd be sorry for that. It shows right. We, I, should have had something like a birthday celebration from you. I see Hanako shiver at the word Lily picks up on the silence that follows and crouches onto Hanako's level. I'm the one who should be sorry, Hanako. Hanako's eyes open to peer at Lily. She looks at Lily for some time, taking at her face with those dark eyes of her. Lily must have made the right impression on her, as Hanako recovers enough to prop herself up on the bed. It shifts, just sitting on the side. Hanako worries about many things, but troubling others is foresome among them. Hearing Hanako shoveling, Lily moves forward. Moves forward and feels out the side of the bed, eventually taking a seat beside her and taking Hanako's left hand in the both of hers. The feeling of me being out of place with the two are together has lessened in the time that we've known each other, but still, occasionally very much there. This is one of the the those times, I think. Look, if you want me to go, I I don't want that. Lily and I both are surprised. Hanako's mustering her courage. Half mumble okay. Is all I could give her in reply as I take her desk chair to sit in. Hanako, I'm afraid I have some bad news. So Lily's gonna break the news now. With Hanako having affirmative relationship so clearly, perhaps Lily thought the timing was good, or at least as good as it will be. My husband I know, so I need to return to my family at that time. Concern replaces Hanako's remote expression. Your family, Scotland, right? That's right. Akira and I will be leaving Saturday. So, you're going away. I will be gone for long, probably only a week or two. I'll be back before you know it, and Hisha will be here, right? I swear I'm not going anywhere. Hanako seems to take only my account of this, but she does manage to some resolve somewhere inside her. Is I'm not sure. Silence feel false. Suppressing that thing to truly be bring Hanako out of her rut is another's misfortune. I decided to bring up the other matter that brought us here. Distract at least apart from this doesn't that does it mammal filling permanently the room. Anyway, we were thinking it will be a good idea to have a going away party for Lily. And gonna be a double as yeah. I caught myself over mentioning her birthday as that seems to be a trigger for such emotions. Lily gives Hanako's hand a gently squeeze. It's alright by you, Hanako. It won't be anything bashful or overdone, just something small in the room. So, just just us. That's right, just the three of us. If you like, I could ask Akira to come as well. Okay, go for a week. 1 week. Or two, yes. I promise it won't be any longer. Okay. Most people will be upset at her, at, at, at hearing your friend's family member falling ill, and happy at having a party, but with Hanako, it seems the both of us are on the same level. Alright then. You look like you need rest, Hanako, so it might be best if we all went back to our rooms now. You know that if you ever want anything, you can always talk to me or Hisho, right? This voice is so pensive. One usually asks for someone as confident as herself as she. I, I understand. Thank you. Well then, good night, Hanako. I let out a long breath. After the door closes behind us, it feels a little like I've been deep underwater and only have been able to come up for air. Lily doesn't seem to be doing well either. She looks pale and drawn. Are you alright? I'm just a little tired. It's been hectic recently. Have you slept well? A little tired sounds like an understatement given how you look. I think I managed a couple hours of sleep before classes. I'll be okay. I feel bad about pressing Lily right now. I think both of us is pretty tired from everything that's happening as well. I think you should get some rest. It's been a big day and staying up isn't good for your complexion. Thank you for your time, Hisha. Good night then. Okay, night, Lulu. I leave Lily in the hallway. As she opens the door to her room and I begin to make my way home. As I walk down the quiet hall, I can't get that image of Hanako out of my head. Hano and pitiable, lying helpless with tears on her cheeks. I begin to think that she was just normal, if extremely shy person, but her problems went much deeper, trying to take a relationship further than what will we share now. She's so fragile and vulnerable. To be right, I don't know. I don't need to be more than her friend in order to protect her. To try to stop anything from like this ever happening again. The possibility of my feelings for her be going beyond that. That doesn't matter anymore. Hanako is precious to me, and that's why I can't take advantage of her. But even so, there's still the thing. But even so, there's still that sting I feel when I think that way. For now, I need to sleep. Tomorrow hopefully will be a better day. Okay. Almost. Uh, I think we're almost at 4. Hanako is no more noticeably in her absence than when she was in the room. I feel her empty desk calling out for me. I find myself peering over my shoulders endlessly, hoping that I'm hallucinating and that Hanako magically appear. She makes sure she's as small as present as possible when she attends classes, and although she had been gently getting better recently, the fact never changed. Nobody ever pays her any heed in the class, and now that she's not here, they don't know her absence. It's as if she just never existed. Lily did say that her skipper's class wasn't as usual thing before I met her, but it's still very off-putting. The bell hindering the end of the school makes me jump on my seat. It's only now that I notice Misha is pounding me in the side with her medical pants to get my attention. Hello, is anybody in there? Hey, stop that. Hey, there we are. Welcome back to the other. Hey, John. What are you talking about? Keep gazing off this space. I was beginning to think that you might be trying to contact alien life. I really don't. I really didn't get any much sleep last night, so I don't doubt Misha's words. I'm not sure whether it was due to my medication's side effects. I was being as heck yesterday by warning about her in general, or 3. I know entirely before resting my chin on my palm. Have been reminded how badly I slept. Yeah, are you really alright? It kind of rattled me as well. Yeah, yes. I wanted to speak to Hana. Go and get it, though. Did you see her last night? Yeah. And I talked to her. This might sound a bit weird, but can you tell Shinshon? Thank you. For both me and Lily. I know Lily technically didn't thank Shinju, but I could tell by her reaction last night that she wanted to. At least that's her. Whoa! She's mad at her. Why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything. Uh, I think Chan is trying to say is you're welcome. The furious signing and Shinji's redeemed cheeks tell me that what she said was entirely different. Her bland flashing expression is amongst enough to make them chuckle. What's so funny, Chan? Something we said? No, it's not. What's up to think about how cute Chi can be at times. You're right. He was trying not to be. I, not, I try. I noticed that Misha decided not to sign a response to Shinshu. Maybe Shinshu rages is enough to account the content of the cute. Nevertheless, Shinshu quickly calms down and signs something else to Shinsha. Okay, Hishan wants you to come have dinner with us. Dinner? Turning away from there, I'm a bit. At least I've been swept. Their planning minds. I get to mull it over. The event The invitation certainly is something I take away at dinner with 2 good girls. It's not a bad thing, after all. The thought of Hanako locked up in a room, though, keeps dancing on each mind. Sorry, I have to pass. Aw. Misha doesn't sign a response, but Shinshu picks up uneasily, though, and gives me a disappointment. She moves her arms, which I begins some sort for either protest or kiss, but stops, so some taps Misha's shoulders twice. Once Misha gives Shinshu her attention, the only statement Shinshu has on the matter is a shrug. Well, it's your choice, Michan. I promise I'll join you too another time if that helps. Misha perks up at this, but Shinshu doesn't share her reaction. With a flick of the with a flick of the head to a single for Misha to follow her away, Shinshu simply raises her hand. to silently wave me goodbye. Don't worry, we'll do Shinju's route next. I promise. So to make the way out the door, I returned to dress the jester until they were outside. I didn't think they would be so disappointed. It makes me feel a little bad for ditching them. Still have things to do. The girls' dormitory is especially rowdy today. The number of girls loudly playing games and watching the television in the common room of the first floor. I can hear their voices even now singing in the Hanago's doorway. It's an odd contrast to the embassy on the floor she's on. The voice from below makes the embassy feel low and more lonely. I had hopes Hanago would be in class today, especially especially after the the, the talk Lily and I had with her last night. But I feel like I shouldn't hold it against her. It was pretty awful. I'm sorry to have expressing all the worst. Not knowing what state she's in, I take a small breath before giving a smart knocks on the bow door. All I could do is stay away, doing my best not to feel anxious. As the second went around, I began to think she might be asleep and didn't hear me knock at the door handle roused a little before I could raise my hand to knock though. Oh, what's she doing? She okay? Hi, Shinshu. Wait, no. Hi, Hana. Go. Sorry, got my girls mixed up. The door opens. A silver and I appearing in the gap, only just long enough for the two appear. I'm sure this girl would install a pupil in the dormitory if only such a thing was allowed. I just sting, smiling at her. I don't think the words could recently help there after all. The actor was a turn of kind. With Hanako morosely looking at me, the gap's not whining enough to see her expression, and I can only guess what she's thinking. Time passes as we look at each other, the only sound being the dispelling gallantly from the ground floor. I'm not sure how long it takes, but eventually the eye moves away. I keep on wondering whether she'll let me in or shut me into the door, until the door suddenly creaks open. Oh, I got scared. Now that I have a full view of her and her bedroom behind, the first thing I notice is that Hanako's hair is quite dim. She's recently showered, which makes it even more obvious by the same shampoo burning towards me. The look on her face seems one of curiosity, as if she's not really sure what to make of me. Even so, I'm not really all that sure what she's thinking. It feels as if she's gone away for a long time, and having no return, neither of us knows what to say to the other. Hanako realizes she's staring, looking away awkwardly before turning to the side and gazing at her feet. I decided to take it as an invitation and step past her into the room, closing the door behind me as I do so. I can see her hands falling into folds of the oversized gown that hangs from her shoulders. I try to concentrate on what I can say, but the sound from Alice in my senses. To my surprise, it's not me. Hanako that breaks the silence. Because, why did I come here? I was worried about Hanako. So I came to her room, she let me in, and as I hoped. And then what? What do I mean to do? What do I say? Why did think this through before coming here? I want to make up for what I feel, cause, at least partially, I want to try and remove the distance I feel between us since and to see her happy. How can I do that when I don't know the first thing about her? I wonder if this is how Iko Iwako felt when she saw me laying in the stereo plastic blue in her bed. I a deep sigh steadies my nerves a little, and Hence my stammering. I don't think I ever felt this nervous around someone before. When I'm like this, I don't think I could lie, even if I bring myself to Hanako would see through right away. I don't know. I just wanted to see you, I guess. Her fingers stop moving, giving me a surprise. Looking up to her face, she gives a sweet smile and nods. That was the same years for her. Sister, I want to play a game of chess with you. I almost hang my head in disbelief. Then all she wants to do. After I've been winding myself up so much, is play a game. Looking at her face though, and tip of a smile future partner. And realized that this is more than that. She could have not bothered answering the door. She could have just shut it as soon as she saw my face. She could have asked me to leave. She could have rejected me at many points, but she didn't. Now, with this calm face, she must have played the same game that we played when we first really spent time alone together. Only one watches over me. Everything will be alright. Hanako has let me into her world. As long as we keep being together like this, I think everything will be right. It will be my pleasure. At least. Okay. The day of Hanako's birthday is very smiling here. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing Hanako and Lily in their pajamas again. Okay. Okay. Here she go. I see you. I see you. Hanako's gown has grown on me. It's look as on me. It's looking rather cute. Well, he's a bit persuasive. And Lily's shorts and his silken are lovely combination. On a drink break, like I said, I'm finishing this route today. But the event stand stained a little with the memory of Hanago's reaction to it. I still don't really understand what happened. Only be able to vaguely guess at the possibility reason for it. But I don't think finding the answer would be as straightforward by asking. Listen, mind. With that in mind, I knocked on the door next to Hanako's. Is that you, Hisho? Yeah, it's me. I can hear the pizza patter of footsteps go to the store, followed by the sound of the lock snipping open. I don't think I've ever seen Lily door lock, and it makes me a little suspicious. Once the door opens, the sight is underwhelmingly for a birthday party. Again? Oh, right. Oh, just copy and paste. Whatever. Hanako returns to her seat at the table with a quiet smile and a nod, leaving me too close and assuming they wanted to keep that way and lock the door. As I do, soon I realize that the scene before me is that of an Amy tea party, just like any other between the two. Somehow I don't think I should be surprised. To my relief, Hanako looks believably calm. The break from the class has probably done her good and given her time to wind down a bit. I took a seat between the two, at the low table in the center of Lily's room, the brightly colored teapot steaming between us. A tail brown bag close by Lily's side catches my attention. I carefully try to glance inside it a couple of times, but can't get a good look of her. Look at the Hanako. It seems like she's as curious at it as I am. Hi, Lulu. Lily finishes off the teacup, raised to her lips, before suddenly setting it down and giving me her attention. Yes, I was just wondering about the brown bag. She pauses a moment that gives a slightly cheeky smile. That will be Akira's present. Unfortunately, she said she was working and can't join us. Lily leans over and feels out the item inside before raising her arm. I raise an eyebrow as two items, not one, from the bag. The glass neck are grasped by Lily on the other side of her middle finger. So is why she said this is why she had her door locked. Wine. There are two small dots as the bottle. Oh my god. Are we about to get drunk? We're about to get drunk. There are two small dots as the bottle are brought to the rest of the table. One red, one white. I want to believe that this is fake alcoholic wine, but if it was, there wouldn't be any need to be circumcised. Alcohol? Seriously? Are you sure this is good, dear? Only smiles politely and goes, I'm not really convinced that she is. This will be present for my sister. I know it's a bit questionable, but I little sure her. Would have serious issues with it. I don't think she'd have to agree with quite so easily. Besides, I had Kira swear as the serious, responsible type, maybe like an older Lily. But it looks like I was wrong. You aren't even legally able to drink yet. Well, in that case, I won't complain. It didn't look bad either. I'm no connoisseur, but at least the bottles look nice. Apart from super touches, glass of wine or two given from my father at family dinners. I've really had enough to know what's what. That, and I can't really say that I'm total straight age going by Hanuko's expression. She's thinking the same, and it's her birthday anyway. Shall I open one? Sure, I'll get some. My heart skips as I hear three sharp bangs coming from Lily's door. Hanuko's head flicks around, and Lily's eyes close as she listens attentively. None of us wants to be busted for this. Who is it? Let me in, it's cold. Let's over side before matching for Hanako to open the door. She openly gets up and fuses with her ground before moving, apparently still not quite sure who it is, but trusting enough for Lily to request. I can't just see a blonde, dark suited figure become visible over Hanako's shoulder as she opens the door. Happy birthday, Hanako. Thank you, Akira. Hanako gives a small bow, twirling her fingers in front of her, so this is Lily's elusive sister. Oh my god. Akira follows Hanako to the table after shutting the door behind her, giving me plenty of time to have a good look at her. That's a girl. That's a that's a girl. That's that's a girl. That this 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 man is a girl. You know what? I'm not even gonna question it. I've seen anime do way more weird stuff with their characters. I'm not even surprised. Akira follows Hanako to the table. after shutting the door behind her, giving me plenty of time to have a good look at her. She looks to be about the same height as Hanako and has short blonde hair. It's quite really cuff. And attention to rather. Okay, well, you didn't have to mention that part. Masculine suit and a deep voice. They're quite which would affect. Without further ado, she plops herself down with the side across from me. Says I have you company after all. Akira, did work let you off? Yup. I have to go back there in a bit, but I managed to get enough of a break to drive down. So, this will be her show, then. A ominous smile gets thrown in my direction, so I now politely return, considering she just jumped straight to using my first name. Considering she just jumped using my first name, she must more formally than her appearance would suggest. Wait, if she already knows who I am, and I'm missing that Lily's talked about me with her. I don't know what she said. Sorry. Sorry for introducing you, Hisho. This is Hikara Sato, my elder sister. I see. Nice to meet you. The person in question loudly claps her hands together, making Hanako jump a little bit. Akira notices this and looks uneasy for a fraction. I'm sick before getting back into her stride. Only now do I realize that Akira hasn't paid Hanako's scars any undue attention. Hanako only seems to be comfortable. If it's not exactly relaxed around Akira. Well then, I assume the presents got through. No point waiting considering Hisho and the birthday girl looks like they're pretty eager. Really goes as I awkwardly turn away a little embarrassed by the fact that I couldn't hide my interest. Hanako's eyes are telling me that she wants to try the wine together with me, even though to myself for a look battling fidget indifference. Akira managed to uncork the first bottle with small effort, and Hanako goes get some glasses before I could get pour the four of them full of wine. I hear someone that I heard someone wear that white wine and less alcohol than red wine, so I think it would be best to start with this Hanako and Lily's trip. Cheers. Cheers. After the traditional raising of the glass, we all took sips of the pale yellow liquid with something like the stuff I've had from my parents, but with the fruitiness, the flavor almost entirely honey from the taste of alcohol. Maybe this is what proper wine is supposed to taste like. Then again, it's possible that Akira just chose a wine which would be suited to our taste, since none of us are used to alcohol yet, or at least I hope none of us. This isn't too bad. I was expecting something harsher. If you like it, I have a few flavors you could choose from. You sound like you know your stuff when it comes to wine. Only a bit. I have the drinking sound sign down pat though. To prove the point, she refills her glass before bringing it to her lips and flicking her head back. Hanako and I silently watches as the whole glassful disappears down Akira's throat. I can't decide whether to be oppressed or put off, but I certainly don't have the urge to imitate the act. Lily grimaced slightly at her sister's boost. I know that she is slipping from her from gate class as she does so though. Anyway, now that the curious gift has opened, disabled, shall we move on to ours? Yes, that's right. You got your presents. It's your birthday after all. It's for me. Lily pulls out the smoothly wrapped doll firmly on the present past the Hanako. Hanako hands the present as if it was a glassware, carefully turning it over to remove the tape that binds the winding, especially the doll revealing the emerald glass dress. It's beautiful. I'm sure her reaction was expected from Hanako. The near total lack of dolls in her room made me think that she didn't care about them, but the look in her eyes was something different. She turns the doll around, with the same delicacy she afforded the wrapping, as if she was expecting it to fall into her hands. I'm glad you like it. He so picked it out, to be honest. Hanako silently remembers that she is now alone in the room. It's just her focus from the doll. Yes, I like it. He showed. Actually, I got you something else. Push it to my back. Move around Chisa. Yeah, happy birthday. Hanako carefully sits Lily's doll next to her. I hope it's my present. The same care that show Lily's. Hold on. The checkered squares of the chessboard are visible, and Hanako gently rests her fingers across the card surface. Almost by accident, she triggers the catch to the list, startling herself in the process. She opens it and retrieves one of the gray pieces. She seems as absurd in the chess piece as she was the doll. They're cool. Actual cool. And died or so told. Thank you, Isha. No problem. It's your birthday after all. That's right. Your birthday. Once again, Mariko seems a little off, but she's carefully close, says the board game lid. I know it's Kira, smiling, beginning to look very strained. I wonder if she knows anything about what happened in the class, given that she seems to be treading on eggshells around Hanako. I'll, I'll have to play you again sometime. I'll make sure to play you first. Ay, so cute. Ay, so cute. Ay, ay, so cute. She takes the doll she received from Lily, holds up to her chest together with her small chest and break the pieces into ah, so cute. Max seems to settle her down somewhat, and we just sit in silence for a while. I think it's one of the few times I've seen her genuinely happily, cuddling the friendship of two people to her chest as she chastely can. Thank you, thank you, Misha. The price of the day get us. Hanako drops the chess piece and fumbles a bit in her to retrieve it. When she finds it, Hanako puts the chess set down and nervously gulps at her wine. It's as if the world were suddenly rushed back into her consciousness, and her fastest escape from its voiced glass. Hey, easy there. You shouldn't drink it that fast. It's a party, he show. Despite saying this, there's a slightly there is a slightly current concern age to her voice. Eventually, acquaintancely, Lily proceeds to follow Hanako's lead, though not as eagerly. She looks to be taking small sips from her glass and laying the wine settle on our own tongue before swallowing and decide that this is probably the best approach and do the same myself. This is some kind of going away party for all as well. I hope you're doing. I hope you enjoy your trip. At least it's little. Hopefully your arm will be okay. I hope it's okay too. Lily and I are suddenly taken aback by Hanako's fever, to which Lily's well, despite her own family situation. I'm a little appealed. My, thank you both. I'll be sure to confirm your thoughts to my family when I meet them. And I'll be fine in the end, Lily. Oh my god, I've been reading a lot. Um, finally, the door, bro. The summer moon has become noticeably more somber. I decided to try and move things along. Well then, should we start on the cake? My tentative suggestion has the intended effect. Everyone lining up concernedly. Yes, yes, please. I picked one up before it came along. Some snacks. What did he show? At least none of us remembered to bring one. Everyone seems to welcome the distraction. So I retrieved the cake from my bag and started cutting it up. Mixing my chocolate cookies is something that I will that I thought would work well. But none of us seemed to mind conversation just seemingly suspended as we start to eat. I was certainly worried of this idea after Hanako's panic attack. Expected the worst from tonight, but I think Lily's idea of giving her good memories of her birthday worked in that, and also having her share with her going away party. From Hanako's reaction to her gifts, I could tell she was really appreciative. Hanako tries to pour herself another glass of wine, but ends up spilling some on the table. She had a couple by now, but so considering that she's never had alcohol before, it's no wonder she's feeling a bit lightheaded. Sorry, Lily, I didn't mean to make a mess. Don't worry, I've got it. Oh! Whoa! Wait. Whoa! Whoa! Okay! Yo! Yo, look at this! Is that fucking Yuri? Oh my god. I knew it. I knew it. Guys. Oh my god. Oh, oh, yo! My heart. Ugh, I'm dead. Ugh. Keep looking at my door. Last time I got in trouble for yelling at night. So, Lily reaches just sideways and gently takes the fussing Hanako in her arms, giving them to be a pause. It's okay, Hanako. I'm just happy you're here. Hanako's gives only a faint nod in response. It's fitting, I suppose, that Lily would be the one to to support her like this. I have no idea what Hanako would be like if she hadn't. Seeing the two like this makes me appreciate the fact that I'm privy to such an intimate moment. Even a tear can't help but smile at the sight. I never would have thought I'd imagined to find my new friends so quickly. I'm all that thing more thankful that of all the people, these two are the two I befriended. They slowly break off from one another. Like regain herself from someone while I could quickly get myself back on task. I finally told among Lily's teeth and start mopping the spillage. By the time I finished, however, Monica and Lily had managed to uncork the other bottles and have it top off their glasses. Looks like you're enjoying the wine. And just don't go too crazy when it ends after this mine. But are we gonna become drunk? Oh my god. We all doodle on and agreed, but her reminder feels a bit silly, given that she's in once supplying underage people with alcohol. Oh my god. I knew it! Hanako is drunk, bruh. She's drunk! The second glass of wine goes down a lot quicker than the first, and before any of us notice, the second bottle is empty while Akira is helping us finish them off. Hanako looks to be almost equivalent to her in the amount she had. My head feels a little light, but I think I managed to guide my own toddler surprisingly well. Hanako smiles lazily, toying with her doll's hair. I think it's a pretty safe bet that she hasn't modern herself as well as I. I don't think it was Hanuko's intention to get this drunk. Oh my god. Akira! This is your fault! She's drunk! Ah! She's drunk! Bruh! I don't think this. Yo, I knew it. She's drunk. Akira! But it seems that the alcohol hit her all at once. She has a very light frame, something which wouldn't help her handle her booze well either. Lily trails her gas, running a figure around the rim. Her cheeks. Lily is drunk too. I'm just a little drunk. Lily and Hanako are. Oh my god, they're drunk. Managed to avoid looking really drunk. Curious as I somewhat expect, largely unaffected. Smile might be a little wider than before, though. Maybe Hanako some hiccups it and accidentally knocks over the doll. I think maybe I should go to bed. Thank you. Show is Akira. She slurs Akira's name pretty hard, barely avoiding breaking out into a giggle midway. Though she's completely plastered, and I can't decide whether I should feel a little bad or not being amused at the state she is in. It really is bizarre to see her acting so carefree. A shame that it's only with the help of alcohol. Here, let me give you a hand. Akira begins to get up to her Hanako, but she stops when Lily gives her a sharp look. Isha, Hasho, Isha, oh, would you please? I had to make Lily sound drunk. Akira looks a little surprised, and I have to admit that I am as well. I don't mind the request at all, let alone when it's said with such a smile. It just comes rather unexpectedly. Sure, No problem. Whoa! Okay, Hanako. You can back up a little and pick up the chess set and help Hanako stand up. I do feel somewhat responsible for her considering that other than Akira, I'm probably the most sober person in the room. She nurses the doll in one hand and offers me the other. Oh my god. Yo, she's drunk. She's so drunk that she's going left and right in the hallway. And that just automatically makes us go into her room. Somehow the door hallway into Hanako's room. Hanako bump, bumping into me a number of times on the way. Inside the room, I flick on the lights. As Hanako turns her attention towards a shelf on her dresser, an elegant doll is sitting there, staring into the bare room. Go, you'll be safe. Hanako nearly places the doll next to another one. It straightens its dress. I sit in silence. Well, obviously, there are dolls. Like, what? You expect them to talk? Does that mean these things are gonna talk? That would be so creepy. Hair and colors perfectly arranged, just like the teapot in Lily's room. They serve as a decent contrast to the doll. Two whites and gray that permanent her bedroom. Satisfied that her dolls, her only two recessions are safe, Hanako takes a step back and stands up. Staring at several, I step forward to catch her, if need be, but she regains her balance without my help. For a while, both of us stand in silence as Hanako looks downwards towards the cupboard. After a minute or two, she begins to sway a little from side to side. It's very off-putting. Are you going to be alright? Hanako raises her head up, turns around to me, as if she's only remembered that I was in the room. No, no, well, um, hi, Hanako, you good? As expected, is that she takes two steps towards me and wraps her arms from my body. Um, her head coming to rest against my chest. I can feel my heart beating as well, as all my senses feel like they're coming alive again after they're getting through the previous drinking. Smell the wine of her breath, feeling the feeling of her fingers through my clothing. Oh, oh, the scent of her hair underneath my chin. Hands remaining on over front of me, not daring to touch her. Touch her instead to hug her, to embrace her, to tell her everything will be fine, but this feeling is really, really wrong. Hanako, I want to stay with you. Oh my god. She's drunk! She's so drunk! Oh my god. Hanako's slur reminds me a bit of Misha. She probably won't be pleased to hear that. You know, I can't. Your girl, I'm a guy, after all, and Lil needs to sleep. She puts a disappointment groan. It's so strange for her to act so forward. Don't worry, I'll see you again tomorrow, okay? I said he rests a hand on her head to assure her to saying that this is the farthest I of myself to go in terms of physical contact with her while she's in this state. I want to go ahead and nuzzle against my chest. Stop. Stop with the details. Hanako, Makes me feel a little uneasy with this situation, and as her knees tighten on my back, I quickly decide to bail out. Rest my hands like on her shoulders and give a firm, gentle push. Her grips tighten a little as I do, but she eventually breaks off. I don't want you to go. Monaco, please. I hear her like gonna start thinking weird stuff if I take it too long here. It's perfectly true though. Well, I don't want to take any chances, and I feel very uncomfortable right now. Yeah, yo, please. They, I swear, bruh. Then I have to censor it, but I have to rewatch like four, soon to be 5 hours of recording just to censor it. I should try to bring anything into the way she's acting right now. I read that aside from the alcohol or interpretations, people can react to getting drunk in many different ways, and I also reflect reality. Even without that, there are plenty of ways to interpret what she's saying. As long as she's safe, as long as she's safe, I'm gonna try to get out of the room as soon as possible. Hanako keeps looking, looking right mess as she stands and looks downcast in the center of her room. Press on to change as she drank more and more, and now, all alone in the room with me, her previous brightness seems to have left her. It's just accept. Even if she was, what could I possibly do for her? Because do expect, since I do exactly the same in regards to my own condition. Distancing myself from my thoughts, I eventually managed to coral Hanako's towards her bed, even though her attempts to tame the wild sheets on it and unconsciously little. Sorry about tonight, Hanako. I know you probably won't remember any of this, but happy birthday. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you. She looks up at me for a moment. I have no idea if what I said actually got through to her by any chance. To ask, is it possible to? I sigh in relief before quietly backing away from her, leaving the room, flickering the lights so I go off. I hesitate a little before opening the door to Lily's room again, quickly reassuring what I should say. If I question about Hanako after a few seconds, I still can't get up with anything. I open the door and make sure to close it behind me. Right. Lest any passing students catch a glimpse of the wine before turning my attention to the two girls at the loud table. Akira's casually smile as is Lily's. I walk up into the change from the mood to Hanako's room. Is that you, Isha? Yeah, I got Hanako too, bad. She's sleeping now. That's good. I have to admit, I hadn't thought she'd drink quite so much. It's fine. She's almost ready to take a bed now, but the way she said she is. She awkwardly threw herself to Lily, and I would hardly protest for someone so anxious if people drinking would give an easy out for conscious feelings. I wish I could do more for her. I feel useless. Looking at Lily, I think back to what I asked myself and how my relationship with her is that of a friend and has easily a relationship with her. And I think I know why. He's been there for both Hanako and me since I first met her. And since she's like that for everyone, trying to do her best to make them feel better. That in mind, then, what's the bond between me and Hanako? Another rescue, rescuing a relationship, falling in the pants. I got eventually took her during class. I feel like we're back to being friends. But she's on my mind more. I can't say I view any other girl in quite the same way, but maybe it's just a normal reaction to someone acting like this. Say, Akira. She asked before looking at me. It's getting pretty late. You know, about what happened with Hanako, don't you? Yeah, Lily told me. And I need to go pretty hard for break, so I could calm down and help make her birthday a bit brighter. You know, it's surprising to hear that for someone so extroverted as her. But if Hanako came to know her, though Lily, maybe she had time to get used to Akira. I just remembered I have like Rice Krispie treats on there, so I'm good. I can just eat those after I complete this, or I can use some blueberries. It's surprising. And on that note, I better get going. I'm going to be late as is, but it's already so late. Sorry, we got a bunch of work dropped on us. So overtime is she lifts herself up with a grunt and heads past me towards the door. Just before she leaves, she turns back towards us. You haven't forgotten about the time for the flight and all the rest. Don't worry, I have everything ready. It's a matter of packing. It gets closer to summer and we alright girl. I see you later then. And with that, she disappears through the door with her hand held high in a farewell. Is there something alright? I probably shouldn't have thought that. Comments Rupert saying, regardless, at least seems because of my feel. Okay, after drinking, not not wasted just hiding it all. Well, I assure you, I'm quite alright. I can monitor myself. You seem quite self-possessed as well. If I do say so myself. Yeah, well, I guess your moderation appeals to me as well. With a little hesitation, I take a seat. I've been meaning to ask you this, but it took me a while to make me my mind. Do you not have any idea what triggered that panic attack? Like, I thought it was something to do with her party. Don't tell me. Is Lily gonna tell us in Hong Kong? He's gonna hear it, remember it, and then she's gonna yell at us. If I get it right. Remember, guys, it's my first time playing. Even Kira was being real careful around her, so I assume she knew as well. Lily's smiles dropped. They get if the birthday party now, well and truly over. To be honest, I'm not sure of the details myself. Marco told you that she was in hospital. She told me as much after we met and spent all the time together. And then that she quietly never told me that she never told you. Assuming the worst. What does she have to look upon on? Life isolation? A possibility of even the death of a family? Maybe even going as far as blaming her sisters for their deaths. If they get about what little I know of Hanuko's past. It's a blick. To have lived through all of that and to live on with those memories must be truly worse. Lily looks similar depressed, but I can't rebuild. At least I get the feeling that both of us is talking perfectly, though we might otherwise do things to the why, but feels like just taking these is a good route anyway. I feel kind of helpless about it when it's put like that. What can I possibly do for her? I'm not wholly sure. I should tell you this, but Hanako told me that you visit her the day after we both checked on her. I must admit that I did not predict she would take such a step so quickly after what happened, nor did I expect you to. I think it was a nice gesture on your part. It wasn't much really. It's just at a time like this. I sometimes think it would be better if we if we never had to leave Yamako, or at least this town. Things are so much easier without others around. I didn't expect Lulu would be quite so troubled when I saw her. And for a while, she she looks lost in thought. She moves to speak, but stops herself as soon as she does. Everything is a bit pudding. I think. Tell me, do you have plans? Anything planned for you Friday evening? Friday evening? No. Isn't your flight to Scotland the next day? I don't think it would be a good idea to try yourself out before you get there. I'll be alright. You need to worry about me. I'll do this tomorrow evening, but I imagine Hanukkah will be feeling rather off for a while. The thought of how she's going to be tomorrow makes me grimace. Maybe we should count our blessings that she didn't end up simply throwing up from drinking so much. Oh, I'm gonna be able to attend whatever you're playing. What is it? Nothing unusual. I assure you, just a little aggression. You better be off, Isha. I can't imagine it's so long until curfew is here. Oh damn, curfew. I forgot. Look at the clock next to Lulu's bed, but it seems to only leave without numberlessly, which I suppose makes sense given Lulu's condition. Not wanting to risk a huge on-duty security patrol giving me a scout name, I gave up and decided to go to my dorm. She says, "Well then, I guess I'll see you and Hanako tomorrow, assuming that both of you managed to get up this morning. Thank you for your concern. You saw until then. What the next? What that? I hope our day will be going. We haven't got choices yet. This is crazy. The harmony of the first against the door feels like a nail pounded in my head. My sweat 3 times I let out an annoyed breath and a bare will my eyes shut. It will just go away. I feel pretty damn awful. My face feels like a cat's out of leave. My arms feel heavy and I feel queasy. It's been like this since I woke up half an hour ago. I can't summon the urge to pick myself up again. So this is what they call a hungover. One of perhaps this is the best treatment for teenagers who desperately want to try drinking. It's what to feel like a dog. Considering how unpleasant this is, it's not something I want to repeat. A series of thumbs rings out again, ripping around in the small room, which they just gave up already. I know she should get up from them. Because it's past 20 minutes, there's no knocks are coming from the door. However, must have the thank goodness. Look into my clock, the time when I really should think about getting dressed and ready for my class depression. I don't think I can manage it though. I hate cutting class, but I don't think I can be able to make it to get much done at this rate. I can tell. I look like a mess without covering it too. The morning rush is giving me enough time to stand outside the classroom from a little while without looking Too suspicious. I hope that Montu doesn't ask any awkward questions about my not attending school yesterday. I was sick. That much is true. It's just the reason for it I have to hide. Confident I could get by with the physical omissions. With certain truths, I stride into the classroom, doing my best to normal. Instead, I open the door, take a step, and I can't feel Dustin not looking at me. There is no way I can imagine this. They're not even making any attempt to hide it. My eyes take a quick sweep around the classroom, and I spot Hanako make eye contact momentarily. Before she looks down and stares very hard at the desk. Did she spell the beans? Muto may be okay as far as the teacher goes, but underage drinking on campus is not exactly something that make would be taken lightly. I look to him with some trepidations. Feeling better today? Yeah, thank you. It's rushing for me to take my seat. My legs feel stiff as they carry me there. It's gonna be a long day. As that lunch bell rings, I'm on my way to Hanako's desk to ask her what's going on. Hanako, did you tell? She looks up at me and shakes her head. That's a big relief. It's just. Well, hello there, Sean. So see you again today. Look at that face. I grimace and turn towards a muscular voice coming from behind me. It was way too upbeat a tone of voice to feel comfortable even for Misha. Misha's happy smile is something out of her usual. She chews through the very best sign. The one wears has become notched into my brain as her. I have gotten you 7 ways from Sunday. Smile. Hey, Sinju. You look happy. Seeing not feeling well yesterday, Hee-chan. No, I wasn't. I'm feeling better now, at least. It's good to know, Hee-chan. Why do I get the feeling that she was leading me into a trap? You sound like you're not being completely serious. I know, Hee-chan. We're generally pleased that you're all better now. Ah, looks like my deaf queen is playing some. I swear, I'll put at least one picture in my background. That she was possibly overflowing with happiness. So no reason why she would be like this. Oh no. In fact, you were quite right about you out there. You, Hanako, Lily, were all in the same class on the same day. Yeah, she's got us thoroughly. All I have to do is sign defeat. I guess we're only threes about this. We're just not telling anyone. It's too late for that, Hichan. Suppose she's right. Considering it looks like ours, I ended the class. Still, there's only seemed to be at the level of suspicion rather than outright occasions. So we'll be probably fine. Michael's face sinks a little further. Such a treacherous is troublesome enough for me. Although, excuse me, that was the worst one yet. All over her. Why am I seeing you and Misha's reaction? Like they noticed this as well. At least they weren't gonna give you such a hard time. Say you noticed yesterday morning. Yesterday morning. It takes a while to recollect what happened, and then his induction by the general awful state I was in at the time. Alright, the knocking. That was you too. It was. You left us here for ages. We take it all day after coming to your dormitory early this morning. Sorry, I was having a problem with nausea. A problem with nausea. They're not buying you. I can't blame them. Shinju's head drops in registration before she reaches into her pocket. Whoa. Whoa. Yo, she's pulling out a gun. Oh, I thought. Never mind. Some, something white and yellow can be seen sticking out a little. As she pulls it out and turns it the envelope with the pre-written decoration on. So she points it out towards me. I totally take it. It's what we're trying to hard to give you, Hee-chan, and check your antenna is on. And features by my eyes Richard Will was on the envelope. You want Co. I stare at the envelope for a moment before she suddenly remembering that there are people around me. They are very strange. Someone facing in events, feelings about their expressions. I kind of want to be alone right now. Why not go? It's nothing. Thanks for bring me this. You too. I should think so. Step back and say my goodbyes. Misha directly pouts even as I go out the door. But since you and Hako remain very visible curious about my reaction, hope they won't overtake me about me on this later. Small gardens is always a very pleasant. Since some of the most visible signs of well-funded this school is from its sheer size on the expansion of the conditions of the grounds. Like a number of the students can be seen eating lunch, chatting, and playing on the bright green lawns. Even some of the staff is enjoying the summer here, keeping watch over the students. I only walking around concentrating. I've never seen a light like this in my home city. Excursions, maybe, but certainly never in the school or anywhere near where I live. Even the bench I sit on to read is warmer, thanks to the summertime sun, reminding me of why I haven't worn the school blazer even once yet. Yes, I think the sunflower splashes of bright yellow coloring adoring the paper are quite appropriate for the time, and only if only the words written on it were as well. Here I was thinking I managed to get over her when this troublesome thing shows up. Her handwriting looks angrily familiar at best, and now that I see it again, I remember that she used to write in a pink pen a lot. She was always very girly, for lack of a better term, but she was also quite fragile. I never known, I never knew if I liked this aspect of her or not. Though, with the arrival of this letter, the question seems to have become more remote. The letter begins with not much more than an update of the state of things going on in her life. My old class had a good start to the school year. Many are anxious for the exam that will come up with the future soon. Putting into the personality a brief note, it feels a bit like she wrote most of the letter just to try and just to blow the ending. I don't want to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I'm going to say anything to comfort you. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most. Even though I like you so much. At least now. When it matters the most. Even though I like you much. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it matters the most. Even though I like you so much. At least now I can finally be more honest. If I could go back to those quiet days in February, March, I'll tell you not to give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have driven so far away if I had just said something. I hope you managed to get back on your own feet. And now that distance between us is only physical, it also feels more final. Somehow, I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for this best if we don't. Still, in love. If you would, if you would like to kiss spring with me, by all wish, by all means, write write me back. I very much like to hear about your new school, how you're doing. I wish for your best. Sincerely, I want to call. And so that's that. Our relationship is over. Nice, neat, and cutie. No, I'm being cutie. I don't know. I hadn't held to any illusions, and being everybody knew that last time she visited me, you never said a thing except for one word. She said as she left for the last time, "Goodbye." Damn, she did not care about you, bro. Be that as it may, this feels more like morphing out than Copestone, an experiment that both of us tried and failed at. A loud shout draws my eyes from the letter. It's just from students horsing around, with one of the teachers standing nearby coming over to talk to them. You okay? A tentative voice comes from my side for a moment. I assumed it to be Hanako, or but it's actually Yuko. Oh, hello, Yuko. That you'll be in the library. She gives a cheerful smile. One, quite filling the atmosphere, and flowers the empty wrapper of a roll in her hand. She must have somehow else covering for her, or she's grabbing something to eat. It reminds me that I haven't had anything to eat yet, but I'm not feeling hungry, though. Skipping one lunch won't hurt. Mind if I sit here? Sure, go ahead. I quietly slid the letter back into my envelope, slipping it inside my bag, popped against the side of the bench as Yuko takes a seat. She drops the wrapper into a business beside us. I'm not sure, without much else to do, I leaned back and take what enjoyment I can from the sun. Not much else to do. I lean back and take what enjoyment I get from the sun. Suddenly reflecting on the letter. The lush lawns, the clear blue skies. Everything looks so different from the way it did. Everything looks so different from the way it did back then. Even the school's surroundings from the hill is on to the woods around it are completely opposite to the urban scenery I remember. Maybe this is what it feels like to feel homesick. Then again, it's not an outright bad sensation. The feel of the air around Yamako, well, very different. Different. It's also, I swear, I just saw a song like, right there, like one, but it's just my poster. The feel of area around Yamako, well, very different. So it's nice. I think I could get used to it. Hey, Yisho. Yeah, you didn't answer my question before. I was gonna say anything, but you look so troublesome. If you don't want to say anything, though, that's okay. I don't mind at all. Um, sorry for something strange like that. I don't mind. It's just I got a letter from someone I know before I came to Yuko. I thought I managed to get over most of the people I may accidentally caused, but now I'm not really so sure. I kind of wish I'd never seen it. I think that's good, Hisho. When my boyfriend left me, damn. He, sorry, he did. He did so very suddenly. Damn, and never let me know why. Damn. At first, I was definitely very depressed, but I decided to forgive him. What? Oh, she's one of those girls, bruh. You forgave him? He at least talk properly with you about it. He was always one of those people that found it difficult to come close to another. In the end, I decided that I fell in love with him for a reason. He was a good person. I think that if I decided to be in his position, I would probably have found it just as hard to try to talk to him. I don't really see the connection to the letter. I got. You mean that? How should I put this? It must have been very hard for that person to send the letter. If they did, I think they must have thought very hard of exactly what to say. Yoko managed to write this letter, bring a final choice to our relationship. Something that I never managed to do. Otherwise, here I am trying to protect and help Hanako as best I can. Especially while we're at least trying to leave, and I might be able to deal with my own problems. Does that make sense? She's like my no response if you're brown as a doubt. She really reads faces too much, just like a certain other person. Yeah, that makes sense. The letter was just kind of a shock. Really, I think I tried to fool myself into thinking that my life resets when I come into Yamako. But now I suddenly aware that it didn't, and I'm a bit of a loss, but how to deal with this feeling. If that's something I can't really help you with it, sorry. It's fine. I think being able to talk with you helped me get things sorted a little bit in my head the young way. She knows the smile is sweet. Yoko is a nice girl. So it's a shame She's so hanging strong, so out there. School bell rings tells us both. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be back before the bell. Oops. She jumps off the bench and almost races off without saying a word, but turns on her ears. And she remembers she was talking just now. I'll see you later, Hisho. Cheer up, okay? I'll try. Thank you. With a quick bow, Yuko takes her leave and begins a rush to the library. Her flight catches the curious eye of a few passing students who are unequally traveling back to the classes after their fun. Regularly staring from the bench, I dust myself off and join them. Even while, even while I walk through the gardens back to the main buildings, the thought of the letter in my bag doesn't stray far from my mind. Bro, this is. Whew. Yeah, the feeling of walking through the streets is one of the very deep nostalgia. Yamako may be like the reverse of where I've lived in the past. The city at night is almost amazingly familiar. My eyes are moving constantly from the bright electronic screens, glowing high in the night sky to the streets. Even if I didn't want to, I can't help but soaking in every aspect of the city. I savor its familiar like a sweet candy sitting on my tongue. Lily is walking left with her cane, swinging to and fro, holding out to her sister's arm for guidance while taking her. Compared to traveling by taxi or bus, being driven by a carrier in her rather nice car was a much more enjoyable experience. Maybe not for the person on my right, though. While Lily was used to her sister's driving style, and I quite liked it with exception. Excitement. Hanukkah was holding very tightly to the door for the most of the trip. Everything looks so pretty. Hanukkah quickly looks down yet again, as she actually catches someone's gaze. Yeah, it does. My answer is a very thoughtful. It's just that I'm distracted by so much thoughts that I find it hard to keep up a small thought. One of those distractions aside from the city sights is how Hanako looks. It's the first time I've seen her in something other than the school uniform or her pajamas. It gave me pause. When I saw her outfit, when we met up at the school gate, considering how much her head is lower when people walk near us, I imagine that how she wears is more of a fashion statement. While intentionally, I was wary of Lily's plan to take us out onto the city one night. When night fell into it became obvious she had thought about this. How many people have paid Hanako much heed since the darkness has hides her so scaling? Well, so we're in the city, and that's what we could do. Akira beams a smile. Tells me that she's the one who is making the departly decisions, even if it's just as more and have proposed the outing in the first place. You see, just follow us. I try my best to stimulate grimace after what happened during Hanukkah's birthday party. And I'll trust um, we keep walking, and I notice that we're passing more and more cafes, restaurants, and other eateries. Every once in a while, a drunken man scene comes down a bar, usually being supported by another. But for the most part, the customers around this part say, look, young and fashionable. Different kinds of music comes and goes as we pass, but the overlaps should be granting. But it reminds me so strongly of the times I spent in my city with my old friends, and I don't mind. Hanako and I have started. Hanako and I have started to live apart from lonely a kind that comes to a sob where I could hear stuff out beside me. Sorry. By the time she's right herself from her apologetic bow. The middle-aged businessman she bumped into was walking away after mumbling a half-hearted apology. Hanako looks a little put off by the experience, and as she quickly skips ahead to match my pace, I notice her hang low once more. She probably bumped into him because she was looking downwards. Hanako, I stepped to the side a little. I put one hand on her far shoulder, drawing her closer. It's okay. You can walk close to me if you want. Hanako hesitates, but eventually nods an assistant. After a couple of times when I thought we have arrived at a curious destination, we reached our target, but now we're below the outlet walkway and past the large gorge and brightly lit places. I'm a bit surprised that the average age of those around us is typically older, and the smell of cigarette smoke is pretty thick. The area is far from city, though. It's a little amusing to see Luz's reaction to the smell of smoke. When it's maxed by the low, talking around us, just as it could be heard. I'm from inside looking up at the diamond light sign. It becomes obvious why. A jazz club. I have to admit, this isn't what I was expecting. Lily gives an amused snort and smiles. Somehow I feel like I should have known in Akira. As we talk outside, I notice more and more on sidewalks glances directed our way. People awkwardly catch themselves staring and looking away, but that just makes it more obvious. And I know it, and I notice this occasionally when we're walking, and it's more pronounced now. I've never experienced anything like that in my life, and an average-looking Japanese teenage guy, just a taller, just a little taller than normal, is the type to draw attention without making an effort. Hey, come on, just because you're teenagers doesn't mean you can't have a taste for it. Well, I don't really mind the music, if that's what you mean. I don't. She only just managing to force my dad just sent me a message. She's the one the forces and warns out at Katrine sadly to when we're alone in Yamako. And it disappoints me a little that she's so highly strung for what she's supposed to be a good time out in town. It's hard to read Hanako's face as she keeps looking downwards. It's a little wonder if she doesn't often come out into the city. Because of this, it makes me a little thankful that my own scaring is easily hidden. Lily has a similar way of attracting people's gazes, but the reason for it is clearly different. She hardly like an like looks like native. And the same can be said for her sister, and which is far more noticeable than her blindness from a distance. She may not be able to see this for herself, but I've little doubt she can hear the odd whisper phrase from people who think they're out of earshot. Be that as it may, she doesn't seem to show any sign of either a noise of pleasure and attention. Akira still as confident as ever, a flashing smile. She strides in with the lily by her side and two was falling behind. I had expected my eyes to meet adjusted to the light inside, but it's not much brighter than outside. The music we heard is clearly now mixed in with the sound of glasses moving on the tables on the counter, and the husky chatter of the patrons. Looking to my right reveals the music source, a jazz group playing beyond some tables. The Patreon, the Patriots seem to be mostly men, and though there's a handful, the Patriot, it feels a little. It's a little like we step into the 1920s, and the atmosphere is quite agreeable. I'm not completely comfortable simply because of my age. But were I older, I would probably feel quiet at home. Marco seems a bit more relaxed now, probably due to nobody looking at her. I don't want everybody talking between themselves, drinking or watching the band. Akira to the seat at the counter without glancing around. She's probably come here before. Leo checks her cane, lying on the bar in the stool on the edge of the counter before taking a seat beside her sister. The bartender takes a brief break, polishing a glass to watch her, before putting it down and coming over. Good evening, ladies. What would it be? Mrs. Scotch, thanks. Lily. Oh, a black suit apple hits her side sharply. Orange please. No problem. Coming right. The bartender sips the portion of the drink. A couple of seconds passes before Kira remembers that Hanako and I are indeed here and turns over to us. Me too. Wear anything? Or you just gonna stand there? Hanako seems to be getting a bit restless. No matter where we're going to sit ourselves, there's going to be people right next to her. I don't think she looks consciously older than 20, unlike Lulu. Looking around, there's a game section to our right, a couple of brain tables to be seen in the corners themselves. I glance at Hanako, about to ask her if she liked the plate, but she's already looking leaning in the same direction. Maybe it says something that we can get by. But Sophie works nowadays. I'll go play pool over there. Akira leans back as he passed me before shrugging and sitting back. Since you will have to put up with me only for a company, how unfortunate. I find you two. Return, set off for the programming corner with Hanako taking the lead. The perspective of a nice quiet game away from everyone makes her want noticeably faster. Her eyes fixed on the prize. The table full size and well mellowed despite the surrounding darkness stakes to the bright overhead lamps of huge paintings somewhat cover the walls. There aren't many people knowing about this corner of the club, and I can't see Hanako becoming a little less tense as a result. You know how to play. I'm not an expert, but yeah, I do. Oh, sure. I look at the chalk and two cues from a set. Sit the folks against one of the walls, and I fetch the ball from the table's pockets and grabs the rack from a shelf underneath. She potentially waits as I get the table set up after slotting the final balls into the rack and doing the same last adjustments. Without having to fight my professional urges and getting the bottom row of balls exactly perpendicular to the edges. With the balls arranged and ready for play, I step back and take my cue from her outstretched hand. I carry it out in careful inspection of the tip before I am satisfied that it's in good condition. So you play before? Once, twice. Just the air between us feels a little awkward. She's still pretty nervous, understandable given that we were public. Eventually, the sun has too much for her. Monica. She begins to quietly stammer. Break. I think in a moment she's reaching into my pocket and drawing a coin. I'll take heads. Or tails. Upon an agreement from Hanako, I look at the coin up in the air and catch it and flip it over onto the back of my left hand. Looks like it's yours. It gets a break. Hanako nods. Hanako nods again, before taking up her position at the end of the table. She's not usually this quiet around me, but I'm not really sure. Not really sure if it's because of the tidbit of information about her past that slipped out moments ago. Nikki comes back to practice jester before smacking dead into the center of the cue ball with a thud. The white ball skates across the smooth green expanse before smashing into the carefully arranged balls at the other end. Ball skater across the table at high speed. The break was good, and with the balls being nicely distributed around the table, my eyes are flinging around one to another to pick a easy pocket. Michael retreats from his side, and I take my shot. What's up? It's only after Hanako says this that I realize the ball I was shooting at was stuck. I look at her and notice a small smile on her face. It's not how playing games seemed to loosen her up a bit. Well, guess I'm strip saying. Take a step back and let her take the next shot. but she doesn't advance to the big table. Rather, she looks down at Lily rubs at her arm. By now, I can identify this as one of her gestures. Her muse. She wants to say something, but is sure enough for herself to do it. What's up? It's just a nice smile. Do you like this? I sigh and lean back against the table. I like playing, yeah. I think I was smiling because I was really shocked though. Hanako tilts her head, quizzically, quietly. Me and my friends used to play pool. And the game's teenager when we lived pretty often at night too. Why didn't you? Why didn't your parents? My parents both worked, so they didn't mind me not being home. I stayed on top of the school work pretty easily as well. So there was plenty of time to do another stuff at school. The conversation dies down. When Hanako's timidity gained the better of her, I was about to get off the table and let her take her turn at sharing. There are many souls in easy positions, so Hanako bends down and takes a while to land herself properly. Hanako's expression isn't the same as when we play chess. I relax but focus concentration. At least sometimes talk about getting into zones where nothing unnecessary in their mind, and if there's something she could do. Her posture is good, better than mine to be sure. It's very close to a textbook. Method of playing warriors, I tend to control myself to whatever position I feel is more essential for the shoe I'm taking. She lines up. The cue. The cue comes back and she does a couple practices. Moments to make sure she lines up correctly. Hanako takes the game so seriously. It's only the real hobby I know she has. I'm sorry, it feels good to be able to share this kind of experience with her. She takes a side of the carefully considered the cue boss zooms out towards a boss sitting at a slightly negative corner. Not gonna lie, guys. I think we're gonna stop there. Bro, I'm tired. It's like 1 a.m. I know I said I would complete this room, but bro, I'm like so tired. Alright. Okay. You know what? Tomorrow we're gonna do the rest of this route. First thing when I wake up. I promise. I mean, guess look. I started to record this at like 7 p.m. It's now 1 a.m. Yeah. Alright, hold on. Oh, whoops. Alright. We're gonna say I'm gonna save my menu. And that we were so close to Act 3. Bro, I'm like so tired. So I'm gonna end the episode here. Thanks for tuning in. Remember, peace, peace.